my beautiful souls. If these are the cards that you saw at the thumbnail, then you already know that you've come to the right place when it comes to what this year was really all about for you. Was it really preparing you for? When it comes to diving into today's topic, we're going to be moving into this by diving into 4 different questions and sections, with the first being, what soul lesson was this year really centered around for you? What part of you was reshaped through this lesson and experience? What this year is preparing you for next, basically. We're going to look at all the specifics. And then guidance on how to carry the wisdom that you've gained through this year forward and moving forward, whether it's moving into the next year or just in general, okay? So we're going to look at all of that stuff together. And what's interesting, when I ended up selecting the significator cards for each of the piles, I actually felt called to look at the back of the deck for the collective energy for today's reading. So regardless of the pile that you end up moving towards or you feel drawn to, beautiful soul, just know that the collective energy for the back of the deck energy right now was the keyword being love, with spirit path of the south. So in the medicine wheel, the direction south is normally about like our roots, or like kind of reflecting. The element that it is associated with is fire. And normally south, we'll think of the underworld, like, and when I'm not thinking about like evil, like the devil and stuff, I'm thinking about the underworld as in like shamanic healing. Like they journey into that area to kind of look at the self-imposed beliefs, and they help you move through all that stuff by doing a lot of that work for you. They journey into the discomforts. And with this card being the love card in the spirit path of the south, with the keywords being partnerships, unconditional love, rejuvenation, the number 37 adding to 10, this is giving me a big idea that whether or not you are looking for love right now, guys, or if you are in a loving relationship, like wherever you might be in life, what we are going to be diving into within your reading today is preparing you to get deeper clarity, deeper understanding on where your heart's been trying to guide you, deeper understanding on the qualities and the things that you seek in a partnership, maybe even perhaps lead you closer to attracting the love that you've always wanted, a healthy love, a love that is harmonious in nature. Or if you are in a relationship, this is probably saying that what this year was preparing you for was seeking deeper clarity and insight on what you're seeking in a relationship, and the kind of like steps that are actually required of you in order to find harmony, whether it's in that partnership or if you are planning on leaving that one, moving forward. But with that, this just is showing us like, yeah, self-growth, it does heavily impact relationships. And if you don't do enough of it, your relationships are the first things that get trampled on. I think that with this being the back of the deck energy, it's really just being a big overall indicator here that what this year was preparing you for was essential to your imminent happiness. It is something that was required and necessary for you to have the unconditional love that you've always desired, whether it's within yourself, towards yourself, or whether it's finding a tribe, a soul tribe. It just feels like you are one step closer to that because of this year. And so again, we're going to look into all of that together, and I'm very excited. So without further ado, I really do invite you to make sure that you have something to take notes with, something to write down, jot down stuff, because these readings tend to be very detailed and pretty long. So make sure that you do take what resonates and leave what doesn't. At the end of the day, these are readings that are going to be tailored to whoever ends up clicking on the video and getting drawn to a pile. So what I'm basically am trying to get at is that what you're going through in your specific scenario isn't going to be the same that someone else is going through, but maybe you guys picked the same pile. So what I dive into, some things will resonate and some things might not. That doesn't mean that it's not your reading. It means that you need to piece together the things that did resonate and look at the bigger picture. And if you do need a little bit of a guided breathing centering practice, it's going to be very quick, but let us just take a moment to do a nice inhalation through the nose, filling your belly with air, holding it at the top for 3, 2, 1, and exhaling with an HA sound out the mouth, allowing the muscles, the bones to relax, and repeating that process again, inhaling, holding it at the top for 3, 2, and 1, exhaling it all out, letting the breath kind of wash over the rest of the body here. And being able to return back to your normal breathing pace, why don't you ask yourself where your center might be today? There's absolutely no right or wrong answer for this, just simply where it's asking to show up, and maybe sending some breath there, some grounding energy there for yourself. Making sure that you are setting the intention for this reading topic. Asking yourself, what did this year really prepare me for? What was it all about? Really let yourself reflect back on that question. And whenever you're ready, if your eyes do happen to be closed, I do invite you to softly open them whenever you feel called to or comfortable. And take a moment to just gaze over these card imageries and really, again, ask yourself, what was this year preparing me all for? And what is the significator card for me? It's okay if you end up feeling called to 1 or 2 or maybe all of them, and that is absolutely okay. There was no right or wrong way to do this. So again, pause the video if you need more time, but if not, or if you do, whichever, I will see you at your part of the video. Hello, my beautiful pile number ones. If this is the card that aided you in selecting your pile, the keyword being cleansing with the spirit path of the north, additional keywords, releasing burdens, detoxification, and energy flow with the number 29. Then you already know that this reading is for you in reference to what this year was really preparing you for. So again, regardless of where you are or when you are watching this reading is for you, okay? So if you just are looking for a year clarifier, you are exactly in the right place, okay? So this is not tied down to any specific year. I just wanted to make something like this during the month that I'm in right now, which is December. Again, timeless reading though, so I just wanted to make that clear. But when it comes to the significator card that aided us in, or you, in selecting your pile, in the medicine wheel of Native American culture, the spirit path of the north direction, is associated with the season winter, and its element is earth. The color is white, and it's really about how I see it, sort of a moment of a dark night of the soul, a moment of gaining wisdom, a moment of deep inner cleansing of some kind. And I just realized the word is cleansing, yes, but that's not why I said it. It really is all about that. And seeing the bear here coming in 3 times, actually. Bears, I resonate with them very, very deeply. I actually have a wood carving of 3 bears, bear totem. I believe that my totem animal is the bear, or like, I'm just very deeply connected to bear medicine. I identify with it strongly. And the fact that you have 3 are giving me the idea of a trinity of being grounded within your body, mind, and soul. Like your energy body, your mental body, and your physical body is what I'm trying to say. It seems to me as if this year, based off the significator card alone, it was a very necessary year. Let me just make that very clear, because it really does feel like a lot of the things that you had to move through and go through within this year, pile number one, was not something that you signed up for. It was not something that you would have willingly wanted to happen. Or a lot of the things that happened were very unplanned for, extremely unexpected, and really forced you in a way to look at something. I don't know what that something is yet. Maybe we'll get more insight on that as we move, but you will understand what I'm saying, right? It forced you to look at something from a different angle, an angle that you never really considered. And for some of you guys I am hearing that ended up selecting this pile, maybe that angle has not been revealed just yet. Maybe that's what led you to actually ending up clicking on this video in the first place, because it does feel like some of you guys, like there's a mix of energy here where some of you guys are at a different point at this stage, what it was moving you through a shedding process of some kind. Whereas, excuse me, I yawned. Whereas another chunk of you are almost like out of it and have finally had that realization moment. Regardless of where you're at though, we're gonna keep going and dive into this even further. Okay, so we're gonna be taking out to look at this first part of your reading, which is the soul lesson that this year was really centered around specifically. We're gonna be using some oracle cards here. So my herbs, my hedge witch field oracle deck, my, what is this called? I forgot what it's called. It's a yoga deck that I absolutely adore and I don't use it enough. Oh, my land sky oracle deck, essential oils, and my star seed deck. Okay, so I'm just going to shuffle, get all the cards out. I'm not having a plan on how many cards I aim to get out. I'm just gonna let Source do their thing, and then we're also gonna bring tarot into this whenever we feel the need to, okay? So, what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number one? What soul lesson was the year centered around for pile number one? Okay. Back of the deck energy we have here is Hanuman, with the little term at the bottom being devotion. So there is a lot of clarity here, and Hanuman is the monkey. This is the monkey god, but the god who I believe, do not quote me on this, and if you know the story, let me know in the comments down below. He is the god that rides to chase the sun or do something with the sun. Hanumanasana is split pose in yoga that is named after him, and it's about like the leap he took. There's a really cool story with it. If you guys want to look into it, I highly recommend. But whenever I think of Hanuman, I think of courage, and I do think of devotion, because there is this endless like loyalty with Hanuman, but there's also playfulness and cheerfulness and light energy, but then there's a serious tone here as well. And it does feel like this year was kind of that energetic state, or at least this is what you're feeling right now. So maybe you're having a curious mind at this moment while listening to this. If any of the cards happen to land upright, this is facing downward, so we're not going to look at it yet, but if any of them do end up landing upright, we're going to look at it right away, because that's what Source is going to ask of us. But let's keep shuffling and get the rest. So what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number one, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, that was quick. I'm going to shuffle like 2 more times with my eyes closed. So what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number one, regardless of when they come across this reading? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number one, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, we didn't get anything else, so we're going to stick with it. And back of the deck here is the term inspiring, trigger statement, I have no choice, true statement, I create my day, my life. With the little word here, freedom. It is the time to play, do something different today to shift your routine. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's devotion and seriousness, but there is some play. And it's interesting that this card, the back of the deck energy of that card also reflected that as well. Okay, so we did get a card facing upright, but it is in the reverse.
which is very intriguing to me. So I do believe that the trigger statement is very heavily associated with what the soul lesson this year was centered around. And that is the essential oil soothing. Word soothe, trigger statement, I need to fix this. True statement, I am willing to learn from this. And I feel like that's what you're starting to work through. There's something here about consistency, learning how to stick with it, learning how to move through something. Lift yourself above your life situation and observe as a witness. Understand that you are so much more than the story. Okay. So again, we're putting emphasis on the trigger statement. I need to fix this since it did come up in the reverse. We have 2 more decks. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, I did feel called to pull up these 2, so we're going to keep them. And then the last deck we have here. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 1, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay. Back of the deck energy here is the dandelion with humility. Again, there's something about seriousness, but doing it in a joking or playful way. And then underneath that is Rowan with protection, and then regenerate. Humility. Yeah, like I said, this year was like the soul lesson that this year was centered around. It wasn't a topic of interest that you wanted. I don't think anyone would have wanted what happened to you this year. Pile number 1, to be brutally honest, but here's the thing. It has taught you so ridiculously much on how to kind of carry yourself forward and how to like show up for how you want to show up, and asking yourself like some, I don't know, there was like self-reflective moments that really asked you for more clarity on things that you used to always be 1 foot in, 1 foot out for. Okay. So we got all the cards out on the table now. And this one did come upright, and it is the plantain herb with nourish. So we have soothe and nourish. Sorry, I'm just sitting with that energy. Let us see what the booklet here has to say about this herb. So I'm trying to figure out if it is in alphabetical order. I don't think so. Okay. So for plantain, let's see. One of the most abundant and widely distributed medicinal plants in the world is the broadleaf plantain, which can be found almost anywhere. Medicinally, the leaves can be applied to wounds, stings, and sores to facilitate healing and prevent infection. It's an astringent, and a tea can be made from the leaves to treat diarrhea and soothe ulcers and gastric distress. Its natural antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties are a remedy for skin problems and any associated itching or pain. Okay, let us see. Oh, okay. The oracle property nourish is inspired not just by the gift of nourishment this plant offers, but by its sheer availability. Often in life, the things we need are right in front of us if we are willing to see and accept them. In turn, it is in our power to offer support, time, or resources to those around us, even when we feel uncertain or insecure. The Judgment card connects with plantain in this way, relating to service, balance, and the give and take of the universe. If you are in need, open your mind to what is immediately around you. Stop to consider what you have to offer the world and how you can nourish others. Okay. Interesting.
Again, like a lot of self-reflection. And maybe this is about people specifically, because the reason why that's coming through is I was looking back at the essential oil card, and the colors here, this is like throat chakra, third eye kind of energy, maybe a little bit of crown, but I feel like it's more third eye. And the third eye here is about illusion, okay, like from a wounded state. And throat chakra, its wounded state, its shadow self is lies. It's a thing that blocks it. And then crown chakra is attachment. There is a blindedness that may have happened when it comes to the soul lesson that this year was centered around. The lesson was found in the revelation that happened after you realized what the thing was creating illusions on you was. And it really shifted your perspective on something huge. So again, I think now is where we need to look at the rest here, because I am very curious to see what else is going to come up. So for the Starseed card, we have You're Not For Everyone. Okay, this is kind of confirming to me the energy I was sensing. But again, take what resonates and leave what doesn't. It says, embrace your weirdness and face your true north. All right, let's continue. We have We the Hathors, deep love, mother's milk, birth as a portal. Okay, well, this is associated. This is making sense for it being the path of the north because it's association with winter. And this is also as giving me the energy of nourishment now. And then lastly, for the land and sky card, we have Yama, honoring others, which is part of the 8 limbs of Patanjali and yoga. Yama is like kind of like the way you would seek the 10 commandments in the Bible, but it's like their own take on it. And the yamas are associated with, I think, like it's a branch in the limbs of yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga, but the mini branches or the twigs part of that branch, I think there's like Himsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, and Aparigraha. And all, I think, what is that? I counted. I did it. Was it 5? 5. Okay, 5. 5 of the 5 of those things, they're kind of like telling you the best way to like show up and how to honor others and to practice real yoga, which is not just the movements on the mat. It's about your day-to-day life and how you live life as a whole. With Yama here, it seems to me, again, we're going into the story that I was sharing earlier. It feels like you're learning how to show up for others and show up for yourself. The soul lesson that this year was centered around pile number 1, it keeps coming up to me as this idea of like honoring your truth, finding your truth, understanding like what's yours to carry and what isn't yours to carry, and figuring out how you can move forward from a state of more clarity, a state of more like authenticity per se. Maybe some of you guys do align or identify with the energy of people-pleasing energy, but it does seem to me like the plans that you had or aimed to have happen this year didn't come out or turn out the way you had hoped for. I'm gonna get the tarot involved here. I wasn't planning on it for this part, but I am feeling very called to. So we're gonna do that and get some more clarity here on what this soul lesson this year was centered around for you guys, okay? So what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 1? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 1? Regardless of when they come across this reading, what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 1? Okay. Back of the deck energy here is the 2 of staffs, which I believe is, yes, it's the 2 of wands. He has the world in his hands. So planning, envisioning, observing, 9 of Pentacles right below it. Okay, this is about, yeah, okay, 10 of Pentacles, yeah. Knew it. Okay. This is about people. This is about you figuring out like your place in the world, how you want to show up, how you want to be, how you want to be portrayed. It really feels like there was a huge makeover, a huge shift in perspective, a huge maybe belief system overwrite of some kind in this year. And the soul lesson of this year, I just wanted to slip out. I almost dropped it and I caught it and this just popped out. Yeah. It was like figuring out how you want to move forward. It was about like figuring out how you wanted to show up, and so you can get the benefits, but also like other people around you can, I don't know. There's something about that here. Okay. This is the one that came up, right? Out of all these others. I'm just leaving this to the side because it like slipped out. Okay. The card that did come up, right, is the Knight of Wands. So there's passion here, moving forward with abundance of energy, but learning how to do it the right way, a way that nourishes you, a way that, I'm trying to think of another word, soothes you. The words are coming out of my mouth from these cards, dude. Like, that's crazy. And you're tired of being too serious or too stressed. Like, you naturally think hard on things, pile number one, but the soul lesson that this year centered around for you had a lot to do with learning how to do the opposite. Like, you can still think things through, be smart about things and discerning, but you've been learning how to do it in a different light, see it from a different perspective. Maybe someone came into your life that was able to show that to you, or there was just so many crazy things that happened this year that the soul lesson was just about like learning. It was trying to teach your nervous system how to handle it in a way with like, you can do it with grace, where it doesn't create trauma, where it doesn't, and what I'm saying when I say where it doesn't create trauma, what I mean by that, our brain does, the fight or flight aspect to our brain where the nervous system and the amygdala lives and stuff, a lot of that stuff does get triggered by like emotional memories. So like the things that our brain will remember that is like PTSD or trauma centered of some kind, like if you are in a room and you smell a cologne that reminds you of somebody that did you harm in the past, your brain can instantly get triggered because of that emotional memory, the association of that smell. Does that make sense? So it can create the anxiety, can create that fight or flight, that survival mechanism mode thing to turn on. So it feels like the reason, what did I explain that? I'm trying to remember why I explained that to you. Trauma. You're learning this year, the soul lesson here was like about teaching you how to handle a lot, how to juggle things, be able to navigate these waters of life, because there were moments where the waves were like crashing on you and you were in the middle drowning, like coughing out water, bro. It was crazy. I genuinely, like, I can't picture exactly specifically what happened to you this year, pile one, but it feels like it was soap opera worthy, like or like a movie worthy, like you were the main character, and like it's just crazy the character development that you have undergone because of the craziness of your life that was that year, okay, or this year. So, and it was just teaching you how to navigate it all without creating more trauma. So that, like, what I mean, if these things that you're going through were chaotic and crazy or frenzy-like in nature, Source and the soul lesson here was about teaching you how to breathe through it, move through it with grace, still keep the light on in your heart to guide you forward. Okay, I am gonna just keep going because I feel like I wanted to keep talking, but it felt like Source was like, wait, like just reveal the other three. So next up, we have the Nine of Staffs. So far, we have staffs, like this is all wand energy. This is about the heart. This is about passion. This is about fire, action, movement, desire. And then we have the Star. And lastly, and I didn't put anything in reverse. We did get the Emperor in the reverse position. So that is trippy because all my cards were upright, so it maybe just fell out in the reverse position. We're gonna keep it that way. There were no wrong moves when it comes to these readings, guys.
Everything happens for a reason. And these are the two major arcanas, and we have a lot of wand energy. There is nothing else here except wand energy. But here's the thing, underneath this, I don't know if you remember, the back of the deck, we had the Knight of Pentacles along with the 10 of Pentacles. So there is fire and earth energy. Interestingly enough, this is where it gets interesting. The significator card, the north direction, that element is associated with winter. And oh no, sorry, that's the season. The element that the north is associated with in Native American culture when it comes to the medicine wheel is earth. And the back of the deck, collective energy, when I did the intro to this video, which I highly recommend you guys check out, was the south direction, which is associated with the element of fire. Earth is associated with pentacles, and fire is associated with the wands. It seems to me like there has been so many chaotic things that happened. So much. Moments where you didn't even, like, you probably even caught yourself envisioning taking like a nice break, vacation somewhere far away. But I really want to make something clear for you guys. I know that some of these moments that you may have moved through within this year, pile number 1, felt like it was there to hurt you or do you wrong or do you dirty. And I just want to make it very, very clear here. You see the star card. The star is the card in major arcana of hope, illumination, vision, envisionment, and hope for the future. Your true north, your, I don't like this word, but I'm going to say it anyways, destiny, purpose, and being able to follow the hopes and dreams, believing and knowing that there is a way forward and sticking with that. Whenever I see, and it's also about healing as well, like finding the light in the darkness. Whereas the north, it is about finding the light in the darkness as well. Because the winter is associated with the dark night of the soul. It seems to me like the soul lesson this year centered around for you had a lot to do with learning how to move through the chaos that life threw at you and still maintain your center, still maintain your ability to show up with authenticity, with grace, with harmony within yourself and centeredness, so that things wouldn't, I'm thinking of what I'm picturing in my head is like a seesaw, so things wouldn't tilt to either way. They would stay balanced. That is not the same. They would stay balanced, sorry. And because if you didn't stay balanced, it was like gonna affect something. It would impact something, and you didn't want it to be something that you didn't want to get impacted. It would have impacted something if you were to let things crumble, or you let yourself crumble. That's a better word. The Nine of Wands is about resilience. And the fact that the star is right next to it, this resilience is teaching you, it's training you for something, it's preparing you for something massive. So I am very, very excited to keep going into this. With this, we are going to be moving into the part of you that was reshaped through this lesson. So I am going to clear the cards up here so we have space. All right. And we're going to be getting out, I'm just resetting the energy of the deck. We're going to be getting out my Yin Yang Oracle and my Embracing the Shadows decks. And let's see if we can slide everything here. And then your significator card, I'm going to keep it on the table actually. We're going to get, my Yin Yang Oracle and my Embracing the Shadows deck, and then we're just going to pull out some more tarot again. So what part of pile number 1 was reshaped through this soul lesson? Okay, back of the deck does want to come, oh, I just saw this. Okay, well, I'm going to say the back of the deck first. The back of the deck is about, oh wow, release. The word release is standing out. So we have release, surrender, and purge, and then we had present kind of sneak out of there. So I wanted to keep it. And I believe it's about releasing the ability of not knowing, releasing the chaos, releasing the need to fix right here. the need to control the things you cannot control. There has been a huge recognition within this year on what you are able to control versus what you are not able to control. And it is people. Okay, it feels like a lot to do with this has to do with people recognizing you can't control other people's thoughts, other people's behaviors, other people's actions, but you can control how you react to them. You can control what you want to do about it, how you want to approach the situation. And you are learning that. And the soul lesson this year was centered around had a lot to do with that, but it definitely has reshaped this part of you like crazy, the part of you for the need of control. And that need of control, I do want to make it very, very clear with this bear medicine here. I did forget to mention bears are very, very protective in nature. And whenever I think of bear medicine, the first thing that comes to my head is a mama grizzly bear, okay? Mama bears are more aggressive than the male bears, okay? We all know this. They are terrifying if you ever approach them. And I highly recommend that you don't. Please don't. They will do everything in their power to keep their baby safe, to the point where they won't even be thinking. They'll be in that survival state. And even when the thing around them is not a threat to their babies, they won't think twice to go charge, to go stand and look intimidating and scary and feel like they always have to be on guard. It feels like to me the fact that the deception and temptation card here with the from the yin yang deck come out upright and landed on top of Yama, honoring others, for the soul lesson part of your reading. The part of you that's reshaped through this lesson has a lot to do with like realizing the thing that was illusion, the thing that was controlling you. And what I mean by controlling you, it feels like it was controlling how much freedom you thought you had over the situation. And if that doesn't make sense, we're going to keep going because it does feel like some of you guys didn't understand what I said, but if you did get it, then you'll know that what I just said is for you, okay? All right, but we did get these other cards here. This one was in reverse, so I'm going to just keep it that way. This is the back of the deck energy, so that's what you're currently going through. All right. And then let me just shuffle this last deck. Sorry if there's anything crooked on the table. Okay. What part of pile number 1 was reshaped through this lesson, regardless of when they come across this reading? What part of pile number 1 was reshaped through this lesson? Anything else? Okay, I had a feeling there was one more card, so I kept going. Okay, let's see the back of the deck. Source wants me to see it. So I want to make this clear. This is where things can get a little bit trigger warning-y, so I'm just warning you in advance. Please make sure, I hope you guys have been taking notes up until this point. Embracing the Shadows deck is a new deck that I bought. I did already use it in my last December reading, but I did just want to make it clear that there can be some really deep stuff coming in, so I really do hope that you guys are listening to this in a safe space. You guys are holding space for yourself with integrity of what you are able to absorb right now. And if you feel like you are not in a space or a mental state or capacity to absorb information and listen with an open heart, then maybe the best idea or option for you, I would suggest, is to pause this video and come back to it at a time when you are able to listen to this in your own, okay? Or as long as you have earbuds, you're by yourself, no one else can hear. Just, I want to make sure you guys feel safe. Okay, so you've been warned. Back of the deck energy is soul contracts and lessons. The people who trigger you most are often your greatest spiritual teachers. Again, people, and that is the back of the deck energy. Learning the things that you cannot control, which are people. They're their actions, what they think of a situation. It's very intriguing here. All right, next up, what we're gonna do before we look at the rest over here is getting the tarot out so we can just look at everything together. So what part of pile number 1 was reshaped through this soul lesson? What part of pile number 1 was reshaped through this soul lesson? Okay. We're taking it. We're going with it. Back of the deck energy is the 5 of Cups.
There's so much beauty here, but they're not seeing it. They can't. They're too stuck on the things that once was. Yep, Three of Swords. They're too stuck on it. Oh my God, do you not see the cards that I keep looking at? Some of you guys may have gone through a breakup. Some of you guys may have gone through a friendship breakup, some sort of separation, parting. It might not have been with a love connection. It could have been with something else in general, but it could have been like associated with like a job you got let go of, but there was change that you were not expecting, okay, in this year. And I kept bringing that up, and I'm going to keep bringing it up because it's still here. The message still stands, and it wants to come up because this thing has to do with illusion. This thing is the thing that has one of the reasons that made this soul lesson for this year hard to absorb. And that's why, like I said earlier, it feels like some of you guys have gone through the clarity moment, but some others still, it's not clicking. So maybe this reading is the very thing you need to help you make it click. So the cards we have received, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. These two want to be seen first. Do I want to reveal them? I'm going to reveal them, and then we're going to do this part all together because I feel like these two want to be with this. Okay, so we have in reverse the Knight of Swords in reverse. I wasn't planning on taking reversals, but if the cards land in reverse, I'm taking it, like on the table. And then we have the Six of Cups. Exactly. Nostalgia, memories, a rekindling of some kind, but the type that is blocking your path when I see this wall. The yin yang cards we have received, this was in reverse. It was North Node, Cosmic, and Purpose. And then we have Decisions. Exactly. And then for Embracing Your Shadows, you have received 2 cards. We have Self-Sabotage Awareness. Where are you unconsciously blocking your own growth? Identify the patterns. And Releasing Judgment. Do not fear your darkness. You are not good or bad. You are human and evolving. Okay, I think I'm getting this now. There was a walking away, but the walking away was for your own good, and I feel like you know this already. But the part of you that was reshaped through this lesson is the part of you that doubted your ability to know what was best for you. It was the part of you that thought it had to stick with one way of doing things in order to get to the outcome that you desired, when in reality, there was endless, limitless options to choose from to get to the same destination in mind. And this journey, this soul lesson that this year was centered around had a lot to do with reshaping this part of you, because this part of you was very strict. It was serious in nature. It thought that it couldn't explore or be flexible or adapt to different environments. And you released something huge in this last year, or throughout this year in general. And the release, or you're preparing to, so some of you guys are preparing to release something, or you have already released it, okay? This release is something that is oh so flipping necessary for your well-being. And what I mean by well-being is, like, remember when I was talking about the bears, and it's reminding me of like the mind body, the mental body, the physical body, and the energy body. It feels like this release is so crucial for those 3 things to find harmony, because there was an imbalance of some kind in one area because of this thing. And a lot of it did have to do, I keep going back to people because it's there. But it could have, like, it didn't have to be like breaking up with somebody. It could have also been like walking away from a job environment that didn't serve you, walking away from a acquaintance, a neighbor, a family person. I don't know. It could have been so many different things. But you're really just learning what you want to identify with and what you don't want to identify with. Let's just keep it at that for now. And how to move forward in a way that's aligned with your truth, like what you really want to do for yourself, but do it in a way where it's peaceful. Next up, we have the Nine of Swords. Okay, so we're going to keep going here. Where do I want to place this is the question. I feel like these want to be separate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave them like over here. Okay, Nine of Swords. The Eight of Swords. Again, like so much anxiety. The King of Pentacles. Clarifying the Nine of Swords. We have the Seven of Cups. Options. Clarifying the Eight of Swords is the world. And clarifying the King of Pentacles is the Nine of Wands again. Exactly. Learning how to deal with life's chaos, the most unpredictable moments, with the resilience to control your future, to manifest what you desire the most. And that meant you had to go through some really, I'm going to cuss, shitty moments, guys. I cannot emphasize that enough. This year was very insane. And so no wonder you guys clicked on this video. Like, my heart goes out to you because I know this feeling. I feel like I kind of went through that with the year I just got out of as well. So I can relate, but the amount of strength that it took for you to be who you are, where you're, like how you're standing today is massive, and I don't think anyone will understand it as much as you will. But this reshaped you, and the part of you that was reshaped was the part that, like I said, it's quoting me. It's kind of, I literally said this earlier, that you thought there was only one way of doing things, and there was multiple. But I think the bigger thing here is after you realize that, it was now what came next was what would happen if you were to go take this different route. And you've learned how to just breathe through it. You've learned how to be okay with it, because you know at the end of the day that you're always going to be safe. As long as you stay true to yourself, you know, you are aware that the freedom is already there for you. I create my day, my life. You do have choice, and I think you finally realize that because you want to take care of yourself. Like, I think you've also learned how much you actually love yourself, because this part of you that was being reshaped was the part of you that always loved you very deeply, pile number one. It's just the way that it showed it before this year happened was a little bit different. It was associated with the way I was describing grizzly bears, right? And mama bear energy, because it was very guarded. It was very scared, and it just wanted the best for you. And I do think it had to do with trauma of some kind, because I did bring that up earlier, and I feel like there's a reason why my brain wanted to explain it to you, because maybe you didn't know enough about emotional memory and the nervous system and stuff, but it really feels like a lot of what you went through in your past did shape your experience up until this year, because the soul lesson really did reshape the part of you that loves you. Like, you're realizing so many things that I feel like you're gonna have to sit with for a while, to be honest, because it's so much information is what I'm picking up on, that it can get pretty overwhelming at times. But because of all the information, like, you've also realized this part of you is being reshaped. Like, they've also realized that they don't need to look at everything all at once. Like, they can take their little time with baby steps, and as long as they're not cracking under the pressure, like, they can do it. And you're learning how to find peace in the chaos to make it your own definition of beautiful chaos. This is crazy. This is intense, obviously. But now I feel like, because we looked at all this stuff, we need to understand what is this year prepared you for, okay? So I think I said that sentence wrong. I meant what did this year prepare you for next? Okay, so we're gonna do that now and just dive into it all together. And I'm going to, again, just clear up my tarot. So we have space here to put, where's my deck? Oh, the rest of the cards. So for this part, we're gonna be pulling out a good chunk of Oracle. I'm just going to be warning you guys. And let us get to it now. I'm just trying to make space, okay? All right, so we're using my Talisman Oracle, my tea leaves, my Sacred Destiny deck, along with my keywords for like relationship, growth, and I guess purpose, prosperity deck. It's like a mix of a bunch of different keywords and I really like it. I just bought it recently. Okay. So the tea leaf has like 2 sets, bundles. So we're gonna just shuffle and get everything out. So what did this year prepare pile number 1 for next? What did this year prepare pile number 1 for next? What the heck? Wasn't expecting 3 cards. We're okay. This one landed separate, so they're separate in meaning. These 2 landed together, so they are paired. Let's keep that in mind. All right. Let me make sure I can maybe zoom out slightly for you. Okay, just so you can see your cards a little bit better. What did this year prepare pile number 1 for next? Okay, back of the deck energy, I love it. We have the star, guaranteed success. It's like we had the star card earlier and it was the only major arcana upright, so I just find that very beautiful. I feel like reconfirmation, like you following your light, like following your truth, that's what matters at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how you do it or which path you take, that's a better way to say that, but that you're doing it, period. And the way that this year was trying to show you how to do it was a way that is aligned with your soul's pace, your soul's timing, and the nourishment of you for your overall health and well-being. Okay, so we did get some cards here that did land upright, I see. I'm gonna keep everything landed where it is. If things overlap, this is the time where it will, because I do believe that Source's way of letting cards fall out, there's a reason for it. But the cards that did land upright together are Eagle, Triumph over troubles and obstacles, and Dagger, fear, worries, intense situations. And I think the Eagle was like on top of the Dagger. So again, it's giving me that energy of what we just looked at with the tarot earlier. It had the World in conjunction with the 9 or 8 of Swords. And both of those cards usually and will resemble this feeling of being trapped, isolated by your thoughts, overwhelmed. And I feel like the 9 of Swords is a little bit more intense than the other, but you had both. You're realizing that the way you look at things, they can be either or. You don't have to look at it from a place of threat and you're doomed 24/7. And a lot of what you have moved through within this year, it prepared you for the ability to understand that as long as you keep going, you're making it. And I think there's like a newfound sense of freedom in that. Like this feeling of liberation rushing over you. Or it is coming up next, this feeling that I'm describing, because you're finally understanding that there was never a need to feel like time is running out. Because that was the one thing you couldn't control. Just like you can't control other people's actions and behaviors, you can't control how you choose to react and respond to them. And I feel like this year taught you that so crazily, because it was very hectic and chaotic. I'm being so like blunt here. But you were able to move through it in a way that not most people are able to. pile number one. Like, you need to give yourself a pat on the back. You need to acknowledge how far you've actually come on your journey. I feel like you have been trying to find peace towards a certain area of your life for a very long time. And like, this isn't the first year where things didn't turn out the way you had hoped for, but it is the first year that you approached it the way you did this time around. And so it's like your guides, I feel like there's a bunch of things coming through. It's not just source, it's your guides, like your ancestors. There's something here that is so immensely proud of you, and I'm hearing like they want to give you an applause, so I'm doing it for them. But yes, I wanted to just make that shared. Let me just shuffle the next set. What did this year prepare pile number one for next? What did this year prepare pile number one for next, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay. Back of the deck energy is Mule. Oops. Okay. Someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. And I actually kind of like this energy. And the reason why I'm saying this, bear with me. This actually feels like it's indicating to me the energy of like, now that you've realized what you've realized in this year, like this year has prepared you for the ability to not let whatever gets in your way tear you down or shake you off your path. Oh, okay, so we have another card landing on top of this area, so it's going to give us more information on that. And I think we have two up right here, one up right here on top of decisions, which is pin, new job / career. I was sensing that earlier, so that's interesting. And then we have dark woman dealings or a relationship with a woman with dark complexion or hair, and then teapot next to it. Deep friendship with someone of the same sex. Yeah, like people are involved. For sure. And maybe there is a friendship being brewed because of the truth that unraveled within this year that you had to move through. What did this year prepare you for next? So what did this year prepare pile number one for next? What did this year prepare pile number one for next, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, I had a feeling there was two cards. Back of the deck energy is wonders. Yeah, you're still exploring, you're still keeping an open mind, you're still trying to understand what is ahead for you right now. Yeah, but you do feel like you are ready for anything. Yeah, you are ready for anything, literally. That's funny. There's eagle energy here, and I love seeing that with the direction for you coming through as north. Like, you're moving into a new beginning. There is a new beginning, new horizon energy, and you're on the tail end of this. At least for a majority of you. Like I said, it depends. Okay, what's interesting? So this card, I think it slid this way and it moved this Sacred Destiny card, Wisdom, to land on top of Triumph over Troubles, Obstacles, Fear. Yeah. I wonder what was here. I'm going to open it, flip it over because it moved. Money path. A path with money is waiting for you to find it. Here. So this is about your passion. So maybe this is about career or like trying to put you first, your goals, your desires first when it comes to this soul lesson. But overall, it gave you the wisdom that you gained through this year. It's preparing you for the ability to go get everything that you want and more forward. Like, you have no idea, pile number one, what is in store for you if you do not give up. That is very important. And what I mean by you do not give up is you do not give up on your envisionments for what you want for yourself as the end goal. Because that is 100% attainable if you keep trusting in source, keep trusting in yourself, trust in whatever it is you believe in moving forward. Next up, we have the carriage, a journey, either physical or mental. Yes, okay, I will explain that. Let me just reveal the rest and then I'll go into it. This landed on top, in between the Embracing the Shadow cards. We have Union.
Releasing judgment, self-sabotage awareness, union. That is so cool. Okay, making peace with yourself. And then this landed on top of the 2 talisman cards here. Let's see them. I'm going to reveal these all together. So, balanced emotions and protection. Protection came through twice for you. And then this landed on top, 4-leaf clover, great good fortune, balanced emotions, and exactly. Oh my God. Okay. This is so exciting. I'm like so proud of you guys. Like, you really had to move through some intense stuff, and I can't stop bringing it up because it's true. Like, you really did have to. And what's funny, remember, this is the card that landed on top of here. It was like this, but then this card, wisdom, landed and it slid it all the way up here. And it slid right next to this back of the deck energy of guaranteed success. Like, there is a shift that was essential and necessary, and you know it. You know it, you know it, you know it. Because of it, you're having this ability to finally like juggle things, juggle your ability to show up in all bodies, all 3 bodies, the mental body, the physical, and the spiritual energetic body, in a way that produces benefits for you, but also can produce benefits for others around them by either maybe keeping yourself calm and composed, self-regulating. There's just this desire to want to show up better now. And do not get me wrong, pile number 1, with this carriage coming here on top of temptation, deception, and self-sabotage awareness, I do believe that the biggest thing here for you is that you need to recognize, when it comes to what this year is preparing you for next, this is going to be a journey still. There's no end here. There's a lot of good things that are coming, obviously, as you can see, but like maybe a friendship, a connection with someone of like-minded qualities or traits, or, you know, a raise of some kind. I don't really do readings that are about seeing the future, but I want you to apply this as you see fit. Write down what resonates. Maybe that is your way of helping you manifest these things as well. These could be confirmations for you, but I use these to understand what's going on in your inner world and what you has gone through within your inner world, pile number 1. It has significantly prepared you for your ability to move through the journey now and not let yourself settle for less. Not let yourself settle for less in the sense of, like, when fear pops into your mind, are you going to let that fear shrink you or help you expand and grow? Because the way forward to get to all these things, you need to marry the fear. The Union card landing on top of the Shadows cards, I love this because I feel like you are going to move through a journey of marrying your fear. And maybe that's why the Spirit of the North came through, because it is associated with winter, which is about dark nights of the soul and like rebirth of some kind. It's before the phoenix rises from the ashes. It's before that moment when it's in the ashes. What is it doing? It's brewing, it's incubating, it's going through a metamorphosis, a transformation, a rebirth of some kind. But before the rebirth, there is the death. And you are still moving through a death. I can feel that, where things feel kind of confusing, things feel kind of wonky, but you're doing it so graciously right now. Even if you feel like a mess every once in a while, I'm hearing, I don't know why I'm saying that, but it feels like some of you guys are like that with yourselves. You're doing it in a way where there's more ease rather than despair. And it's just impressive. Like, your guides are just ridiculously impressed with you. Let me just take a sip of water. Ridiculously impressed. Now let's see the final card we have here. And it is flow. Exactly. Flow, flow, flow. That's all you're learning. That's what this year has prepared you for. The ability to move through it with ease. The ability to learn how to ride the waves rather than run into them and try to force them in the other direction, because that just won't make sense. I just realized we forgot to use one more deck. So let's do this to finish up this part. What did this year prepare pile number 1 for next? What did this year prepare pile number 1 for next? What did this year prepare pile number 1 for next? Okay, so we did get one card. Back of the deck energy, sorry, that was in reverse, is itchy, meeting an old friend or enemy, advance in position or loss, someone speaking of you for the better or worse, discovering a legacy or sorrow, a happy journey, good or bad, money in or out, a joy or disappointment. So either or. Like there's like this wonky energy and I still am sensing it off of you, which I get why it's itch. It's like an itch. Maybe it's an itch you can't reach and it's driving you insane. You want to know, you want to be able to get it. But you know that if you just breathe through it, it's eventually going to go away. Like that's how I'm sensing your energy right now. And now I guess I get why there's like that serious but playful energy I was describing earlier. So the one keyword card we have that landed sort of up here is jam. So it says stressed in life, caution, a new start in life, change direction, feeling stuck in a situation will now work out in future as planned. Look at the positive side of in a jam, a sticky situation. Okay. It feels like you're doing that. Really, yeah. Like you're going to have the ability to do it in a way that makes you feel empowered. I'm hearing for some of you guys, if you have dealt with like fear of rejection in the past, that is shifting in this new, like what this year prepared you for. It's prepared you for the shift in that mental state. You are very much releasing some sort of wound of some kind right now, pile number one, as you're watching this. And that wound has definitely held you back in so many different ways. Some of it could be people pleasing or this need to conform, this need to not step on people's toes. Like maybe it's fear of confrontation, like standing up for yourself maybe was hard, but that's all shifting because of what you've gone through. And because of your ability to stand up for yourself, stay true to yourself, and still keep chugging along, even when chugging along is pretty damn hard. Like you're still doing it. And you are becoming a role model. You are becoming an inspirational like being for people to come after you, like for your ancestors, like your future generations to come is what I'm trying to say. Like you eventually becoming the ancestor, like you're going to be able to pass down great knowledge. Like it just feels like you have so much wisdom to bring that is going to ridiculously benefit in ways that you could never even imagine right now. I feel like a lot of you guys that are listening to this are still very young and you still have like 20, 30, 40 maybe years of like learning and growth to do. But because of how much you gained already at this point, like wisdom wise, oh my gosh, like it's just, I would love to know you. I would love to meet you. It's just that type of energy because I feel like your stories and how you move through it is just so inspirational and impactful. So that is very exciting. Like it just feels like you're going to be able to do this. You are protected. You recognize that. Like what is meant for you is meant for you. And what isn't. And it's simple as that. You don't need to force something to stay with you if it's meant for you. You don't need to force yourself to stay in something if it's meant for you. You know what I mean? So with that, let us now move in to see the guidance on how to carry this wisdom gained forward. Okay, so with that, we are going to be pulling out a crystal from my deck over here, along with a sacred creator card from here, okay? And with these, we're gonna be able to read from the booklets for the cards and share the insight that wants to be carried forward and also help you get some guidance on how to carry the wisdom that you gained through this year forward towards the thing it's been preparing you for, okay? Which is a lot of awesomeness if you haven't noticed. So what is the guidance for pile number one on how to carry the wisdom gained forward? So what is the guidance for pile number one on how to carry the wisdom gained forward? Okay, we got 3 cards. So this is separate. This is together. Okay. What is the guidance for pile number one on how to carry the wisdom they gained forward?
What is the guidance for pile number 1 on how to carry the wisdom they've gained forward? Okay, I do feel called to pull out these two, so we're gonna stick with it. And let us now reveal it together. So we have, let us look at, I'm debating what I want to do first. I feel called to flip this one over first. It says change maker, make waves, with the number 45 adding to 9, which is the 9th house, and that's about individuation and learning. Learning about yourself, gaining the true wisdom for self-growth. And then in pairing, choose who you are becoming, with the number 7, devotion. Choose who you are becoming and make the waves required. Yeah, you're learning that. Just keep doing this. Like what you're doing right now, or what you keep doubting you think you're not doing enough of, pal number 1, just keep doing it. Like just keep doing exactly what you're doing, because you're doing everything right. Like stop doubting, or whenever those moments of spiral do come up, just keep telling yourself that you're doing everything exactly as it is. Your growth and success are coming to you and unfolding for you in perfect divine timing. Divine timing means that it is not up to you to decide when, but it is up to you to make sure that you choose yourself each and every day to stay committed. And it seems like you are being asked in terms of guidance on how to do that, or I mean guidance to continue to do that for moving forward. And then next up we have, in between all these cards, befriend the word polarize, with the number 25 adding to 7. Number 7 may be of significance to you. I highly recommend that you guys look up that number. When you can, please write it down, or 777, or the number 7 in general. Look up the meanings of all those combos. You can use ChatGPT, which is like my best friend, and use that to look it up. Look it up specifically with what I just said. I feel like it's like a side-by-side message with all of this, and we are going to read this meaning over here. So befriend the word polarize, with number 25. Essential meanings: display of your inner truth, bravery to share your personal flavor and your true opinions, movement toward a goal, opposing forces, transitions, growth, taking a stand, personal empowerment. Polarize isn't a bad word. 7, 52, 6 and 7, 5 and 2, 777, that's confirmation. Great leaders are not selling safe, usual, everyday ideas. It's time to bravely put your truth and your wisdom out on display in order to find those individuals who totally love what you're saying. Finding those soulful kindreds may mean that there will be others who disagree with what you're all about, and that's okay. It's time to get comfortable with this possibility and steer clear of any safely watered down vanilla choices that are meant to keep you palatable and liked. You are anything but average. So don't hide your powerful message from the world by trying to appeal to the taste of the masses. Growth and change are by nature uncomfortable for some people, and your particular brand of magic won't be perfect for everyone. Your people will feel compelled by your authentic stories, courage, vulnerability, and honesty. Be courageous and allow your unique flavor of awesome sauce to shine through. You'll attract people who are fiercely in love with what you're up to, and your heart will feel so full that the light of the world will spill forth from your joy. Now, I highly recommend you guys pause this and write this stuff down, or take a screenshot. I will read it out loud. How can you speak more honestly and directly in your life? Is there something about yourself that you have been hiding in order to play it safe in the world? What are you opaquing? What about you could shine a little more brightly? Rewrite your bio for your eyes only. No one else will see it, so let it flow. Some starting points. What do you stand for? What fires you up? What are your dreams? This was, yes, love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. This is exciting. I am doing a reading, I just realized, for Some boss ass bitches. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss, but I can't help it. Or men, or they, them. Okay. Crystals. Sorry, I got excited. We have wolfenite. I have never heard of this, but this is such a beautiful crystal. And there's colors here that remind me of the base chakras. And tiger iron. Did I say iron? No, I said iron. Iron. Okay, let us see the meanings of these crystals. So let's go to wolfenite first. I've never heard of that crystal before. Okay. So wolfenite, preservation, duality. Duality, befriend the word polarize and duality. Being able to juggle. Okay, that's reminding me again of that energy again, like that stuff I was feeling earlier. Psychic awareness. Your powers of perception are strong at present, and you will experience a heightened awareness of others' thoughts and intuitively understand their motives of actions. By drawing this card, you are being encouraged to follow your feelings and instincts. Rely on your intuition rather than on what others say. Follow your gut feeling, for in doing so, you will preserve the integrity of a project or situation which is dear to your heart. In this instance, you are being encouraged not to listen to the conflicting opinions of others. Listen instead to the guidance which stems from your soul, and all will work out well. Protecting your energy. Now I get why you had protection come out so many flipping times. I don't know where else we saw protection, but I told you I think of protection when I think of the bears. And I think I saw it somewhere else, but I do not remember, unfortunately. But you are protected heavily, and you're learning how to protect yourself too. So that's the first guidance. Protect. Make sure you keep protecting yourself, because at the end of the day, you're the one that needs to be discerning with what you want to do. Don't let other people's opinions think that they know what's best for you. Okay, and then I think I saw tiger iron. Yeah, iron. I don't know why I keep saying iron. All right, tiger iron. It says, let me try to make it focus. Mental clarity, grounding, assertiveness, vitality, and sexual energy. The peace and mental clarity you seek can only be found by grounding your abstract spiritual ideas and concepts into your everyday physical life. That is, to bring things back to basics and honor the fact that you have been blessed with this physical life. Realize that while you are highly spiritual in nature, it is no mistake that you are here, as has been so eloquently said by several of our world's greatest teachers. We are spiritual beings having a human experience, and as such, you are being urged to honor your humanity. This tiger iron crystal will help ground you and revitalize your sexual energy. Both these qualities are needed for being an effective force on earth and to live a fulfilling and inspired life. Remember, spirit is not in the clouds. It is here right in the thick of things. And the beauty, majesty, and power of spirit are experienced. You do not have to run away from the world to find peace, for the true peace you seek is inside you. The true spiritual master is one who is able to find peace even in the midst of turmoil. Yes! That's what we were talking about for your entire soul lesson and what this year was preparing you for. That is exactly it. And please take a screenshot, write this down. Here is an affirmation for you to practice for the next 7 days. I may not have the power to change the world, but I have the power to change my perception of it. Exactly. Understanding the things that you can control versus the things that you cannot control. And it's like, you know this, like you've known and you're growing, and I'm just so proud of you. Like, you're taking initiative, pile number one, and you're preparing. It might not feel like you're doing a lot now because it still feels like you're in some self-reflection. Okay. Sorry if there was like a cut, my battery died, but I'm just really proud of you because it really feels like you have done so much for yourself. You're on this journey. You're so determined. And it might, in your perspective, feel like you haven't been doing much, but I still sense that you guys, while you're listening to this, you're still in a period of self-reflection. Like, you're in a cave of self-reflection right now. That's how I feel. Like, you are in deep hermit mode, I guess you could say. But that's still work. Like that is still steps that you need to take to get to all of these things. And I feel like your body's building up all the reserves it needs to start, because it feels as if you never gave it the time of day to be able to prepare energetically, like to gain the right vitality or energy. You're definitely learning how to show up for these things in a way moving forward where you're not gonna like have to sacrifice your mental health or like well-being for the sake of the success of it all. Because that was what the biggest anxiety was with it, or at least one of them. So I really hope that this part was helpful in that regard, because it is just telling you to protect yourself. Make sure that you don't lose the ability to push through and understand the things you can change and the things you can't change, and like know that you are a leader through and through, because you're the main character of your story basically. And the guidance on how to carry the wisdom forward is keeping that truth and that insight close to your heart by also staying protected of the advice or insight that you like kind of enter your mind when it comes to holding space for other people to share their opinions on things. I am hearing to just be a little bit more like secretive, but I don't think it's not secretive. It's just more like let things simmer inside you and set your mind on it before you start sharing it with people. Because then if other people share their thoughts, you can be discerning of what they have to say, and you'll be able to filter it through whether it makes sense or if it's just their own emotional anxieties and emotional memories from their own personal experiences of their past. Because at the end of the day, like, people are sharing their insight from their own filters, okay, and their own personal experiences. So that's not to say that what you're going to go through is exactly how they're going to go through it. It's just they're putting that on you because that's what they went through. And sometimes the ego will do that to people. They forget about possibility and endless, limitless possibilities, because it's the quantum, like the ability to quantum leap and stuff. Let me see if there is absolutely anything else, because I'm like reflecting. I'm like really trying to make sure there's anything else, but I really don't feel like, I feel like this was such a straightforward reading. So what we're going to do to finish up, guys, is we are going to get guidance from your angels cards and just see what wants to come through to wrap this up. Okay, loves? So final messages for pile number 1. Final messages for pile number 1. One more shuffle. Final messages for pile number 1. Okay, beautiful. Ooh! Okay. So I almost dropped this whole deck, and what landed is there's nothing to worry about. I don't think it wants me to read the whole thing. It just wanted me to tell you there's nothing to worry about. So please write that down if you are taking notes. There is nothing to worry about. But the cards that do want to be read are here. So we have opportunity to forgive. This came upright, so it wants to be seen first. And it landed in between choose who you are becoming and change maker make waves. So I think that it's about being able to forgive yourself. But here, I'm going to let you apply this to what makes sense to you in your situation. This situation brings you the opportunity to heal, grow, and release negative patterns. Hold the intention of seeing the other person's inner divine light and goodness. We will help you release unforgiving thoughts, feelings, and energies and lift you to a higher place of peace and compassion. So maybe you are meant to forgive somebody of the past, or even forgive the version of you of the past, because that's how you befriend your shadow. I feel like this has to do with you befriending your shadow, though. Like for me personally, how I'm channeling this energetically, where it landed, in order to be able to move and build the vitality you need to strive forward and move through the path that this year was preparing you for next, you have to forgive the version of you that once held you back. And that means moving through it. And that can be a little uncomfortable. You know, that's what a dark night of the soul is. It's about re-journeying into those areas. Where was the fear of rejection? Where was that birthed? If you have fear of abandonment, whatever fear this might be, fear of confrontation, fear of standing out, whatever it was, you got to find the root sources to those things and make peace with those versions of you where those parts of you got birthed. Because that's where your true power will be able to rise once you're able to merge the light and the dark of you together. Okay,
Let us now see the next one. This landed on top of Carriage and Union, the ocean. The deep blue sea speaks to your soul, healing and soothing you. Even the act of imagining yourself dipping into its healing womb brings about desirable effects. Better yet, spend time physically near the ocean, or it could be a body of water. Allow its power and beauty to wash away all cares and concerns. Maybe you should even listen to some like waves, like soundscapes of like waves crashing or something like that might be very helpful while you take notes or write down the things that we looked at for the journaling. Also, before I leave, I just feel called to do this. I'm going to give you guys the journaling prompts or the practices that are associated with these two cards, okay? Because I want you to walk away with as many tools as possible for deeper self-reflection and for the self-growth of it all. Okay. And lastly, you've received trustworthy guidance. You've received a wonderful idea as an answer to your prayers. This idea is real and trustworthy. You can safely move forward with it, knowing that we are with you every step of the way. Ask for and be open to receiving our support for anything that you need related to this idea. It landed here. So you're on your way. And I feel like you're going to meet somebody that's going to resonate with this idea or vision you have. Or you already met them, however it resonates. So let us wrap it up because I just feel too called to do this. The fact that it's because I think the opportunity to forgive landed here. I feel like the prompts here will be helpful for this. So let's finish it by just getting you guys that stuff. Okay. So for choose who you are becoming, here are the things. Pause. Okay. 1 and 7 equal 8. Okay, another number coming through for you guys is 888, okay? Or the number 8 in numerology. Look it up. Please, highly recommend you do write it down. So the number 777 and the number 888, or 7 and 8 in general. Okay. Pause this, screenshot it, do what you gotta do. I'm going to read it out loud though. What lessons did you need to experience in order to stand exactly where you are standing? Has what you are working toward shifted and expanded along the way? Is there anything about what you've been building that feels too small for your big, sacred future? Have you been making choices based on what's possible today instead of what's possible tomorrow? It's time to move forward, sacred creator. Your decisive and determined action will be a way for you to define your desire to the universe. Run in the direction of your dreams and confidently guide the unfolding of your path. Know that by not deciding, you are making a choice to remain in the same spot. And if there is one universal truth of creating things, it is that inaction is the exact opposite of what you are building. Make strides toward your dreams now. Oof. And lastly, my loves, for change maker. Make waves. Okay. Okay, here are the things. You can pause, take a screenshot, do what you have to do. I'm going to read it out loud though. Changemaker. What is the essence of your dream that already lives in your heart? And which part of that dream is already a part of your reality? What sacred activism fuels your inspiration? What change do you desire to see? Are you choosing to stay where you feel safe instead of rocking the boat and creating waves of change? This is going to be so helpful, I feel like, for a lot of you guys. This is how change happens. See injustices as fuel for your fire of goodness, stoking the flames of your light and igniting your torch of love. Make waves, changemaker, by focusing on what matters and by having faith that they will roll into the shorelines of the future. You are what we have been waiting for. Woo! Okay, my pile number ones. So
this is exactly what I have for you today when it comes to what this year was preparing you for. And I really, really hope that this reading was able to resonate with you and provide to you everything that you were seeking with when it comes to like what led you to clicking onto this video in the first place. And, you know, if you could give this reading a thumbs up or a thumbs down, if it resonated or didn't resonate, you know, any little form of engagement really does help support me, my channel, and kind of what I'm trying to bring into the YouTube community right now, which is about trying to help the world heal and make it a better place with these readings that I do, as my readings do tend to reflect and revolve around shadow work, deep healing, self-empowerment, personal growth, and all those things. You know, I'm even thinking about starting to do readings on relationship for like how to stop sabotaging relationships, like topics that have to do with that, because there's just too much weaponizing of pick a cards right now on YouTube when it comes to love life. And I want to make love life reading topics that, like, maybe I'm thinking about doing it for like Valentine's Day themes. Maybe the month of February, I'll do a reading on that or something. But, you know, I feel like relationships do play a big role in healing in the self-growth journey. You know, in my personal opinion, I feel like my relationships, like the relationships I've been in throughout my life, were the biggest catalysts of my healing. So most of the time, the things that help you grow the most aren't what's inside you, but it's who you encounter along the way, because they are the mirror that show you the things inside you that you wouldn't be able to see without someone else saying it or noticing it or bringing it, projecting it, whatever the case may be. So, you know, if that's something you're interested in, hit the subscribe button if you haven't joined the community yet. And with that being said, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully I'll see you in my next card readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beautiful Thunderbird clan, with the keywords being imminent change, light force, rebuilding, and it being the number 7, then you already know that this reading is for you in reference to what this year was really preparing you for. Now, it doesn't matter when you are watching this, okay? It could be like this reading, and the reason why I titled this video the way I did is because I really wanted this to be accessible for any point in time, whether it's 30 years from now and you were watching this. Hi, this reading is for you if it happened to come across and you felt drawn to it. You know, you felt drawn to it for a reason. And you're being asked to do a year reflection right now. So when it comes to this card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Thunderbird Clan card has a lot to do with Phoenix rising from the ashes type of energy. And when this card ends up being any one significator card, this is instantly showing to me that there is a lot of fire, a lot of passion, a lot of movement going on right now that leads to a melting off of the old, a melting off of self-imposed limitations. There is something trying to be transformed right now, renewed, rebirthed. And okay, something very specific, probably will not resonate with everybody, that I am hearing coming through right now is this year for you, regardless of when you are watching this, it was filled with so many twists and turns when it came to, like, this is going to come off, I don't know how it's going to come off, but I'm going to say, I'm just going to let Source say what Source wants to say, but I'm hearing deception. There may have been a lot of moments of trickery or deception going on this past year that really showed you how to sort of move through turbulent moments in your life with more grace than you maybe thought was possible, or like you were able to hold a lot more this year than you didn't think was possible in the past, because let's face it, there were a lot of moments this year for you guys, pile number 2, that really just bit you in the booty. It didn't feel nice is what I'm trying to say, but I feel like a part of you, there's a sense of like elder-like wisdom within you guys. And it's so deep. It just feels like there was, even when you were going through the chaos, there was always still, maybe you're just naturally like, or maybe you've been called an old soul before, but there was a little part of you that was always like, but this is gonna happen because it's meant to happen. Like, just trust. Like, there's still a voice here that really helped sort of keep the energy inside of you contained, and not contained, I can't think of a better word right now, but like regulated enough to keep carrying itself forward. Does that make sense? But there was a lot of committing to things this year, or something specific, big, and having to move through moments of really pure and utter chaos that I feel like had to do with, like, it really felt like you were being tested at some points. Like, you may have felt that way. Let us definitely take a look and see what else the cards have to say here. That's just kind of what I was able to pick up off when it comes to your significator card, guys. But to start diving into this, let us see specifically the first question, which I did mention in the overview. I highly recommend that you guys did listen to that intro. But we're going to be looking at the soul lesson that this year was centered around for you specifically, okay? Because I know that we can always dive into this for hours and hours on end, but I only have so much time before my battery dies on me. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to try to break this down and be as specific as possible to see the overall biggest soul lesson that this year was centered around for you, okay? So to do that, we're going to be getting my essential oil deck, my land sky deck, starseed deck. I feel like using my astro cards here, and my hedge witches field deck, okay? So I know there's a lot of decks here. What we're gonna be doing is we're gonna shuffle, let all the cards come out that wanna come out, and then we'll just dive into it all at once. If a card happens to land upright like this, instead of like this, I'm going to read it right away because that is Source's way of telling me this is the order on how I want you to begin, okay? So let us start doing this now. Oh, and I forgot to mention your intuitively selected tarot deck that I felt called to use for you guys, pile number 2, is the Before Tarot. And we're going to be using that whenever I feel called to, really. If there's any clarifiers that are coming that want to be made, if more detail wants to come forward, we're going to use the oracle first and just kind of see what happens there, okay? So, what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2? All right. So we have 1, and it landed kind of like over here. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, I'm going to reshuffle because the cards just slid out I was holding the cards a little bit too loose, and personally, I don't feel like Source wants me to take those, so I'm going to keep going. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this video? Okay, so we do have a card that came up, right? And it is the 10th house with the words at the bottom saying career and success. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. There was a building of reputation, a building of a brand version of you. You were trying to build. I like that now too, because now we're looking at the Thunderbird clan and one of the words is rebuilding, and there is a building, because whenever I think about the 10th house, that's also like midheaven energy, and the 10th house is about like reputation, how the world sees you, and not how really necessarily how the world sees you, but like how the world sees you in your career. Does that make sense? And how like you are able to show up career-wise. So how you embody success and the best way to do that. That's really what the 10th house placement is about. And it seems to me like there was a restructuring, a rebuilding of some kind when it comes to understanding the beat of your own drum. That's the first thing I heard come through in my head. And secondly, how you want to show up to the world, what you want to be known as in a way.
there's like inspirational energy coming through really heavy right now. So I don't know what that's about. So obviously we're going to keep shuffling. I just wanted to share what's coming through. Okay. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay, one more shuffle. Okay, we have nothing else. Back of the deck energy does want to be seen. So we have the essential oil celery seed with a little keyword, cleanse. Trigger statement saying there is no answer. True statement, I am the answer. The aligned outcome for you is simple but not necessarily easy. Commit your goals to heart each day and know every single action will take you closer to them. Yeah, see, like it feels like there is a restart button that got hit and you're so determined to get a move on something right now. So I am curious to see what these cards are going to keep showing us. So we did get another essential oil card come upright, and it says juniper berry essential oil. The keyword at the top, projection. Trigger statement, my mind doesn't rest. True statement, I listen to my higher self. Look at each story that repeats itself in your mind as a stranger would. Ask yourself, is this true? Now, what I find very fascinating for this card to have come out for you guys, as I was setting up the table, I have a confession to make with you guys actually. Yesterday, I did record an entire reading for you guys, entirely. I was about to finish up and it was about to be complete, and I had a faulty battery. I just discovered what was going on with my camera. I had a faulty battery and it went pitch black and it didn't close or save my video, so everything got erased on my computer, on my camera. And I checked my SD card to see if I can recover the files. Nope, it's gone. So it feels like there is a restart button that got hit, literally. And what I find really interesting here is while I was setting up the table here today, like I had to literally undo everything I did from yesterday. It seems to me like there was an energy of like, oh my God, like I need to, I felt like there was something really important that was going to come through for you guys, specifically pile number 2. And I even got out like my blue kyanite wand. And because it just feels like the messages are going to come shooting through. So, you know, if you don't have anything and you're not taking notes yet, like I feel like that's a sign that you definitely should. Because what I'm sensing energetically is like there's a voice in the back of your head that does not know how to shut up. Like lovingly and respectfully, I'm saying that with compassion, but you know what I mean. And it is driving you absolutely berserk because as you try to keep moving forward, oh, now I understand. This is what was going on with the soul lesson that this year was centered around. You learning how to move forward. Okay, now I get it. While the anxiety is still like looping around. It's trying to take over because you're still at the beginning stages of this growth journey and leveling up journey that you've been moving through. Okay, now I'm getting that. Okay. We have 2 more decks. So what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? Back of the deck energy does want to be seen. So we have Ishvara Pranidhana, dedication to Supreme. So this is part of the niyamas of yoga, which is kind of like the commandments to honor yourself, honor your body, honor your mind, like your mental body, emotional body, physical body, energetic body. And Ishvara Pranidhana, this is the ability to stay honorable and dedicated to your beliefs, to continue to have faith and surrender to the unknown, no matter the circumstances that you're going through. It seems to me like right now, as you're watching this pile number 2, you are in a season of life where you really don't know what is around the corner, but you have moved through so much this year
when it comes to the soul lesson that it was centered around, that the unknown doesn't phase you as much as it used to. There's still anxiety, okay? Like, I want to make that very clear. Like, what I'm saying isn't to say, I'm not stating, okay, like, you're completely over it. No, you're not, okay? There's still a good chunk of anxiety here, but that anxiety it's like you have a stereo system or a music system, sound system. The volume knob has been dialed or turned down a little bit, okay? So the voices aren't too loud, and there is more trust here. There is more, I feel like there was a reawakening. That's what I'm hearing. Like, there was something that is woken up because of the soul lesson that this year was centered around. Because it was just teaching you, like, what is truth versus what isn't the truth. Like, what's fact versus what isn't when it comes to the thoughts that pop up in your head. Okay, so these want to be together. So we're going to combine the meanings here in a moment. We just got to shuffle one more deck. All right. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this reading? Okay. So, I'm like trying to figure out where I want to put this. All right, we have this landing directly on the Thunderbird clan in 10th house energy. It's upright, and it says, wait. It's not time yet. Things are being woven. That's what I'm saying. It feels like you're in this weird stage of like halt, of trusting, of like, remember I was talking about not knowing when there's something around the corner. Like, you're better at handling those unknown moments. But, you know, the anxiety is still there, you know? And I feel like that's what the biggest soul lesson of this year, what it was centered around, really was about you learning how to be okay with the not knowing, how to be okay with being in that really awkward in-between stage where things aren't fully formed at all, but you know that they are going to be, because maybe you have a plan in place that you set for yourself. Maybe there's a structure. Maybe it's a step-by-step process that you've been moving through, but you haven't completed the step-by-step process. So there's still a lot of unknowns here, but you have been really pushing through that, and you were able to persevere through that a lot, which we're going to dive into in the second part of this reading, which is like the part of you that was reshaped through this lesson, which we'll get more details on, obviously. But let us now take a look. I am feeling called to look at these 3 cards first, so let's do that together. We have Asteya, which is a yama in the Patanjali's 8 Limbs of Yoga, about non-stealing. We have Howlite, with the little subword being intuition. And then we have Ujjayi Pranayama, which is victorious breath in yoga. I actually do Ujjayi breath a lot. It's very well known to aid in like grounding and like stability. It kind of puts your nervous system at more ease. Sometimes I catch myself doing it subconsciously when I'm very frustrated, or I catch myself getting overwhelmed. It's just a second nature now for my body to just go. Do you hear that sound? That is the sound of Ujjayi breath. It's supposed to sound like when you're inhaling, there's like, you're in the ocean. Imagine the ocean, the water's like gathering up. That sound of the exhale is, I have my mouth closed, by the way. That is purely the contraction of the throat creating the wave crashing sound. So that's Ujjayi breath. Doing that a couple of times helps sort of awaken your inner resources. And the fact that all these cards came together, it seems to me like you're now, one of the bigger soul lessons that this year was centered around for you, pile number 2, was about knowing when to worry versus when not to worry. Like, I want to make something really clear, because, you know, we're in the self-growth, the deep healing community. Like, you know, if you're on this video right now, like, you've made it to this side of YouTube. And because that's what my channel's about.
But when it comes to worrying, a lot of people are like, stop worrying, don't worry. Okay, listen, it's good to worry. Why? Because when you're worrying about something, it means that you care about it, which means that you are aligned with the heart in that moment. It's okay to worry. What's not okay is to let it rule over you, rule over your decisions. It just means that you are human. And I think the better thing here right now for you to acknowledge when it comes to worrying moving forward, pile number 2, that doesn't mean that you need to run away from it or shut it down. It means that you need to look at why you are so worried and just validate that you have that much love for this thing, that much care and appreciation enough to let it become part of what your mind starts to think about. And that's good, that's beautiful, but that also means, having to be discerning whether what's being thought of as a worry is the truth. You have to look at the facts then, right? You have to bring the rationality into the equation versus just assumptions, which most of the time our brain, the assumptions that we originally will create, like we can create a wide variety of different assumptions, but the original assumptions that we think on the spot, that's coming through a filter first off. That isn't coming from fact and knowledgeability. I don't even think that's a word, but let's pretend it is. It is coming through the filter of how your ego is perceiving things. It is coming through the filter of how your mind first translates or deciphers things, decodes things based off of emotional experiences that it has gathered over time. And most of the things that our brain will always relay back to is the trauma, not the positive experiences. And that's why it can be very hard to move through healing, obviously, but also it feels like this year was really centered around you learning how to discern between what was the old narrative you might have been carrying in the past versus what is your truth now, whenever it came to thoughts coming through. And it's led you to having the ability to stand more cleanly in your truth. And it just seems to me like you were going through a huge evolution when it comes to how you surrender, how you trust. It really feels like you were extremely aligned with the energy of just like true surrender. Because the more we surrender, the more we find freedom and liberation. And it feels like you have finally reached that sort of conclusion for yourself. At least this is what this year was centered around for you. Like, it was about showing that clarity and giving you that truth. Okay, what is the herb that came through? We have dogwood with defend. So I am feeling called to read the booklet here. So, because I am curious to see like what the tarot card that this plant is associated with. So let us get it out now. Dogwood. Now may not be the time for passivity. Defend yourself when necessary. Stand up for what you know to be true. The 5 of Wands comes to mind immediately in relation to this card. Most of the 5s in a tarot deck speak of competition and standing your ground, but none more vehemently than the 5 of Wands. I probably didn't pronounce that correctly. This card urges you to be alert, engaged, and ready to fight for the things you value. So this is where there's so much beauty and shape-shifting happening. Okay, now I get why you got the Thunderbird clan as your significator. The imminent change, the life force, you have figured out the code, or at least this year, the soul lesson around this year, what it was centered around was you learning how to crack the freaking code. Crack the freaking code of being able to stop letting fears stay simply just that. Fears in your head, spiraling out of control every once in a while. You are learning how to turn that exact fear into your fuel to help you move forward. Because, okay, this is what I tell people. When anyone, if you know anyone, or maybe it's you, pile number 2, if you know anyone that's dealt with anger issues in the past, I always tell people, underneath every single angry person that you will meet is a really, 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 really sad person. Here's the interesting part though, when we think about it in reverse, right? When there is a really, really, really sad person and they're letting their fears control their life, they have so much potential to turn that exact thing that scares the bejesus out of them into the very thing that turns them angry, that makes the thing that lights up the fire to make them move forward and strive towards the things that they want. But there's a code we gotta crack here. And it seems like with this soul lesson, that was centered around this year. It was you learning how to crack that code for yourself to be able to continue to hold yourself accountable, at least a little bit better is what I'm hearing. Like,
there was a preparation stage. There was some sort of, I'm hearing writer's block. So I don't know if that was like, there may have been a block of not knowing something for a very good chunk of this year for you. And you really had to learn how to sit with that not knowing part until like, let me see what this wants to say. You got the love, Hadarian energy. I actually don't know what this is in Starseed. Codependency and boundaries. Honestly, I wasn't planning on it, but I want to see what this card says, guys, because I have no clue. Like, I know Palladian, I know Andromedan, but I don't know Hadarian energy. So let me just see what that says, because then maybe there's like a message that we would miss out on for you guys. Okay. And I'm gonna leave you guys with the prompts too if you want to pause the video and you can screenshot them. True Hadarians are believed to be beacons of pure, divine, unconditional love who see love in all people and situations. As a result, they can find it hard to have boundaried, interdependent, healthy relationships because they only see the unconditional nature of those they meet. The lovers of the cosmos, they dive in fast. They're here to learn how to love while in a separate body, to learn to love self first and then establish healthy relationships with others. To remember that the love they seek is already within them, that they truly do have all the love. They have the love all on their own. The message of this card is to review the ways you may need to establish healthier boundaries. Perhaps you're in a codependent relationship in which you may be losing your sense of self. It's common for starseeds to dive deep into relationships, particularly with those who feel safe and familiar at a soul level. Perhaps you're in a relationship in which you give more than you receive, or perhaps there is a certain volatility to it and you're always unsure where you stand. This card is assigned to do a relationship review and see what energetic agreements you've made, consciously or unconsciously, to acknowledge if there are relationships in which you feel anxious or powerless, in which you don't feel like it's safe to relax and just be you, to assess if there are any places of inadequacy that you've used a relationship to soothe and cover up. Starseed Soul Inquiry. Do you lose yourself in relationships? If so, how? How can you develop a deeper love for yourself? Okay, so if you want to take a photo, you can, or pause, write it down. Okay, so they really are just beings that they have so much unconditional love. They're true beings of unconditional, pure bliss and love that they have a lot of trouble forming boundaries. Okay. Let me sit with this. Okay. To add into this soul lesson stuff and what this year was centered for you around when it comes to the soul lesson, perhaps some of you were waiting for the epiphany to strike. There was an epiphany. You'll know what I'm talking about if that message resonates. And while you were waiting, you had to be discerning on how to sift through the things that you know were your truth versus other people's projections of what they wanted for you to be your truth. It seems like there was a lot of trouble learning how to, I'm hearing like you had to choose your words wisely, pick your battles wisely. There was something here about being wise on what to give your energy to versus what not to, because you didn't want to either like step on people's toes too much whenever you spoke your truth on things, or you just like didn't think it was necessary to share certain things. And I'm hearing that that was a very smart move, if the second does resonate, because you are learning how to sort of gather up the internal resources. What this year was centered around, like it was teaching you how to be able to like be your own empowerer. Does that make sense? Like how to be your own cheerleader, how to be your own life coach in a way. And it's definitely broken a cycle of feeling like you need validation from others or some sort of reassurance, but there is still some things to address. Like I still feel like there are still, it's not fully, nothing is fully set in stone just yet with this pile, because you're still on this journey of figuring something out right now. Okay, and the last card we have here is essential oil that says adaptable. The keyword at the top says liberated, Trigger statement is what happens next. And true statement, I am divinely connected. Dear soul, please remember that you never walk alone. Exactly. Remember I was talking about like trusting is what leads to more liberation and freedom. It's exactly that. You are okay with the pace, or we're learning how to be okay with the pace at which you were moving in life. And you had to fight the old narratives that were adopted by people of the past. Or maybe this feeling of trying to make others proud specifically, but it was never you. And now it's like you shifted that belief through this year. I'm trying to see if the tarot wants to come through. Let me get like, let's see what comes out. I feel like I could get like 2 or 3, 4 more cards to add any more details here before we move into the second part. So what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2, regardless of when they come across this video? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 2? Okay, what we got? 2? Okay. Page of Wands. Back of the deck energy is the 10 of Swords. So this is the before tarot, so it is depicting the imagery before the actual thing happens, okay? Just so you guys can understand the depictions. So the back of the deck is the 10 of Swords. Before we get there, see, you're still not fully finished with something, but you're on your way to beginning anew again. And there is a lot of excitement coming through and clarity coming through, even though you know that the journey is going to be tough. Okay. We have the Page of Wands coming in reverse and the Ace of Swords coming in reverse. So what soul lesson this year was centered around? Let's combine everything together. I just keep hearing the discerning ability to know what was yours to carry and versus what wasn't yours to carry. When it comes to truths, narratives, it could have been people's responsibilities and obligations that you felt were yours too. Anything that made you feel like you had your hands tied, you're officially walking away from, because you know that it was never doing you any justice. And you've realized now that most of the burdens that you were carrying, they were never really yours. A lot of these things, I feel like some of you guys may have even been like born into like families where the parents are trying to push their own things onto you. Or let me think. It's just like expectations. Maybe like they wanted you to be a doctor. You would be the first doctor in the family. Like there's things like that. And you didn't want what they wanted for you. I'm hearing I never did. So there were a lot of truths that had to be revealed, but you're still waiting fully on how to show up for them. And I think still waiting fully how to fully show up for yourself. You're still learning here. But this year was kind of centered around being the initiation for this new found level of growth and the journey you're on now. Does that make sense? Okay. So I'm just going to move the tarot out of the way. That way we have space. Oops. And then we are going to move into the second question. All right. I'm just resetting the cards, which is about like the part of you that was reshaped through this lesson. Okay. Okay. So we're going to be using my Yin Yang Oracle and my Embracing the Shadows deck. What part of pile number 2 was reshaped through this lesson? What part of pile number 2 was reshaped through this lesson? What part of pile number 2 was reshaped through this lesson? Okay, I'm looking and the card that wants to come out is this one and this one, okay? So we're gonna go with it. And it says, these are shadow work cards, by the way, I forgot to mention.
it says, abandonment's echo. Recognize where feelings of rejection stem from. Trust that you are never truly alone. That message has came through twice. So needing to trust and like believe in the unknown, even though it's scary, know that everything is good at the end of the day, like it's all meant for you. That was something that was very hard for you to recognize, and that feeling of being misunderstood that you had to carry for a long time because of the lack of like speaking up about it or putting your foot down about it, setting a boundary about what you really wanted, your desires. You were still preparing to be able to start doing that through this year. The wounded heart. Acknowledge and tend to past emotional wounds. Healing begins with self-compassion. Yeah, the part of you that was reshaped through this lesson, pile number 2, was the part of you that felt like it wasn't getting enough attention from you, yourself, pile number 2. Does that make sense? Like, there may have been a time where you were not giving yourself any confirmation, reassurance, or recognition of how you felt. Like you had trouble trusting yourself. You had trouble trusting your own word. Maybe you felt like you couldn't fully depend on what you were saying to yourself, or lack of feeling of, not even a lack of reliability, but just like, because maybe trauma of the past, you had trouble showing up for yourself because you saw no one else show up for you. Does that make sense? And so it was like a subconscious mirroring that was taking place in your inner world, where when no one would show up for you, you also wouldn't show up for yourself. And that's a lot of trauma, okay? You thought you would show up for yourself, but maybe it projected into very unhealthy habits and coping mechanisms instead. There is a lot of healing happening right now, and there was a lot of healing happening that this year was centered around when it comes to the soul lesson that we dived into, but you're still in the healing work right now as we speak. What part of pile number 2 was reshaped through this lesson, regardless of when they come across this reading? What part of pile number 2 was reshaped through this lesson? Okay, so we have what? 3, this one's here. These 2 are kind of together, but this one's upright, so it wants to be seen first. And it was kind of lying between here. Okay. So we have past, lack, and suffering. See, like, they're in the same position. And then now I'm seeing this position of the girl. They're all like in that fetal position, that position when an animal in the wild literally feels vulnerable. So they do everything to cover their organs, like the areas of the body that are very vulnerable for attack, because they want to keep themselves alive. They shrink, but they're also covering the important things. And there was a lot of fear here. There was a lot of anxiety. Back of the deck energy is Leo, Aries, Sagittarius, Fire, and Ace. Yeah, see, there's renewal though. There was renewal, because what this year was about was changing, shifting the perspective, flipping the script. And the part of you that was reshaped was the version of you that lacked showing up for you at one point. It was the version of you, I feel like this is definitely a shadow self coming through. It was a shadow wound that you were able to befriend, validate, look at, and give recognition and validation to during this year. And through this lesson, let's see, the pairing, deception and temptation. My mind doesn't rest. Yeah. You were able to recognize what was your truth versus what was the adopted narrative's belief system. I keep repeating the same thing because it keeps coming through, guys, so don't hate me. Because you now understand that these things, they were never you. They were just a repeat of an old story. And that's simply what it was. An old story. That didn't mean that it was you. You didn't have to identify with it. And you broke out of a lost sense of self. You broke out of, oh my God, I can't talk, sorry. You broke out of a disconnected sense of self. You broke out of this belief or a scarcity mindset that you once had, really
heavily embedded into you. And it seems like things are only going to get better from here, personally. Like, I don't feel like this is your rise. This is your final rise, is what I'm hearing. This is your final re-rise. The rise that you've been waiting for, the rise that is going to be worth all the wait that you have been experiencing. Okay, let's try to get like maybe 2-3 cards here just to finalize this part before we move into the biggest thing you probably want to know, which is what this year was preparing you for next. So what part of pile number 2 was reshaped through this lesson, regardless of when they come across this reading? What part of pile number 2 was reshaped through this lesson? Okay. Back of the deck energy is, ooh, we can't do this. Okay, we're good. The Lovers. So it was about shifting and making a choice, finally choosing your truth. And then we have the Three of Pentacles. Yep, like wanting to finally work with yourself instead of against yourself. That was the name of the game. And let me just get the card that fell. We have the Emperor. It fell on the floor. So there's power here. And the card that is pairing with the Three of Wands is the King of Swords. I love this. It's like you're finally putting you first. You're finally choosing, what does pile number 2 want? What do I want? That's you asking yourself that, with the Hierophant kind of lying across the 10th house here, and the Weight card. Was there a card underneath here? No. You knew that things are going to get figured out. You knew, you've had a gut feeling. And that's what I think I was sensing. Oops, I hit something. I did not mean to scare you guys. I think that's why at the very beginning, like when we just had your significator card and I was observing it at the beginning, I was saying like it still feels like you had that very, very low voice that was still telling you to trust. And I think that's what it is. It's like you're naturally already connected to the spiritual world. And it gives you an upper hand in some aspects because you never had to bypass your inner knowing. I don't know if you get what I'm about to say, but I'll try to explain it. There are people, like when we go through like trauma, we will forget in having faith in something. Like we will start doubting it. We will start doubting like the bigger meaning towards things, and we'll start getting more negative, pessimistic. It seems to me like you did everything in your power to not let yourself get to that point, or at least now that's what's shifted. Like the version of you that's got reshaped now understands that this is all divinely taking you where you're meant to be. And go when it comes to your purpose. And I don't like that word because I feel like the only purpose a human is meant to have is to just have the human experience in the way that they want to have it. But it seems to me like for you, you really feel like you are an important being. Like you feel like there's something here that you want to make a difference on. And you are just letting source kind of give you breadcrumbs little by little now. Before, it was hard for you to feel that way or realize things in that light, see things in that light, because you were still gripping onto the control here. And when we do that, we'll realize how little control we actually have. But when the ego starts to take over, it thinks it can control everything, and it puts us in illusion. And then there's a false sense of power. There can become a false sense of security, and we'll get too comfortable in stagnancy, basically, because that's the only thing we think we can control. So it's like we're choosing to stay there. You now understand that you're not meant to control everything. The version of you that got reshaped through this lesson is the version of you that knows it's not supposed to know everything, but it's supposed to keep staying discerning and get the information bit by bit that it can as life goes on, and the realizations will start pouring in slowly and slowly. You're realizing that, and now you've regained the power. The Emperor, I love in the Before Tarot the way that they depict the Emperor, because the Emperor normally is already seated at the throne. He has a very serious look on his face. This Emperor just looks so giddy, so happy. It's like he doesn't need to put on that face of like pure masculinity to like look like a leader. You know what I mean? And the Emperor is technically like the king of all kings in tarot. So there is a new beginning, a rebuild. And
the forces within you have aligned and are getting closer, not aligned, are in the process of getting to alignment. And they're getting closer and closer to that spot. You just need to keep trusting and keep putting the pieces together as Source gives you a piece by piece. Okay, Jesus. Okay, let me just take a sip of my water because this is so much information. Okay. Water, tea, whatever. All right, now what we're gonna be doing, I'm just gonna get the tarot cards that I got out, and we're going to do the next layering of oracle cards that I have here. On the third question, which, what did this year prepare you for next? Okay, so we're gonna be using my keyword cards, my Sacred Destiny cards, tea leaves, and my Talisman Oracle deck. And let us see what comes through. So, what did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? Okay. Back of the deck energy does want to come through. So we have coat, and it says covering, cloaked, save for a rainy day, hidden or invisible, use caution, element, self-protection standing out very heavily here, curiosity, colder weather, and curiosity. Okay. There's this feeling of like, you're just waiting for the call. Look, there is no answer. I am the answer. Like, these are all your back of the deck energies right now. You're waiting for the call to start. And through that waiting, more and more clarity is coming through. More and more realizations are coming through. And it starts, like, I'm just saying, sooner or later, you're going to start feeling like things are going to start going on, like, speed overboard really quick. Things are going to start moving very, very quickly for you. And whatever that means for you, that's how I meant it. That's what Source is telling me. Like, you are meant to connect that as it resonates in your situation. But we do have another card, a keyword card coming out. This one's facing down. It's right here. I'm going to keep everything as it is because I believe when cards fly out the way they do, they're positioned where they're meant to be for a reason. So this is sort of connected to Astea, non-stealing, and a little bit on abandonment's echo. So it says horse, high horse, dependable to own detriment, faulty foundation, in need of work, workhorse, fine outside, unstable, inside, proud. Okay. Yep. So now I get why I landed here. This year is preparing you for the ability to start focusing on you again. Start putting all eyes on you for the right reasons. All eyes on your truth. That's a better word. All eyes on where your heart's trying to take you, because you were working so hard for so many years of your life, pile number 2, but like, it didn't feel like it was for your truth. It just doesn't feel like it was fully aligned. Like, there was not enough emotional fulfillment there. And this year is preparing you for setting your foundation finally. And I know that this is how Source wants it to be translated, because earlier, I don't know if you remember, you did get the 4 of Wands. And that's about like celebrating a milestone in your life or setting the foundations, like your foundation's finally being secure and ready and sturdy to keep getting built upon. And there's a celebration in the works, but like, this is the beginning of your what's the word? Your rising story. What's it called in a movie series when they make a movie about it's like your origin story. I was gonna say comeback story, but this feels more like your origin story. Like, how did Pile 2 honor or step into their power or rise into their power? This is the beginning of it. And this is what this year was preparing you for the commencement of that, the initiation of that. What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? Regardless of when they come across this reading. What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? More shuffle. Okay, nothing. Back of the deck energy is illumination, exactly, and then with community. You're finally figuring out how you want to like
show up for others. Now I get it. Yeah. And not now I get it. That's what was going through what we were talking about earlier. And I think we had the Three of Pentacles. Yeah, like you're figuring out how you fit in the world. A lot of realizations, a lot of trust right now. That keeps getting shown here in your current energy as you're listening to this. And then we also got patience coming up upright here. And that is on top of defend the dogwood. And you got the love starseed card. You know you're meant to wait. You know that it's not fully done. This is going to take time. Source wants to make that very clear. But because of what you went through this year, you are able to kind of understand like when enough is enough, when the time to move is to move. Like you're kind of learning, you're picking up on your little cues. You've developed so much more self-awareness, and you're still in that process of getting there. You're in a process of self-discovery, I feel like, and this year has prepared you for the ability to keep setting those foundations within yourself so that you get closer and closer to your end goal by the day. This is an initiation process that is going to last a good chunk of time, is what I'm trying to say. What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next, regardless of when they come across this reading? What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? One more shuffle. What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? Okay. Back of the deck energy of the first stack of tea leaf cards, it says V, victory in some endeavor. And we did get victorious breath, Ujjayi Pranayama, earlier. V, I've never seen this card before. What's underneath it? Bear, danger especially in money matters. Okay. So something that you lacked in materially. Materially can mean like maybe security in your home or feeling safe in your surroundings and environment. That is all getting like lifted. There's a card that fell. There's another card that came up right here, and this is also about money. Pay attention to your finances with the word purse. This card is paired with it, so let's see what it says. Weeping Willow, family sorrow. You're shifting. I feel like some of you guys are moving and you're getting out of a situation where you felt financially burdened in some way, or I don't know, like you just becoming a lot more able to handle yourself, show up for yourself in a more responsible way, in a way that is like endearing and people will look up to you for, but you're still, it's a slow movement until it's not, is what I'm hearing. It's a slow movement until it's not. So this process, you're meant to take your time with, and you'll know when to take your next step after the other. It feels like you're extremely connected to your intuition right now, and it's only going to start getting stronger the more that you continue to refine your self-awareness, refine the healing journey, and focus on differentiating, sifting through what's real and what's your truth versus what isn't, or sifting through what's the real logical thing that's going on, what's factual versus what isn't. Does that make sense? And so as you do that, there's something that you're going to be able to accomplish for yourself ridiculously. I feel like this is like a big goal that you've had for yourself, that source has been trying to prepare you for. Like you had to get on a certain mental mindset level in order to be able to accomplish it. The word that keeps coming through is moving out, or like buying something, like it was a goal, something that you've always wanted to achieve. What is that? I'm going to ask for clarity on this with the tarot. So what is this thing that's coming through for me to share with pile number 2? What is the thing that's coming through? Okay, back of the deck energy is the Knight of Wands and the Ten of Cups. Okay. Yeah, like a journey, something that you want deeply. You know it's going to take some effort to get there. So the people that are listening to this, like you guys aren't naive. You know, like you're aware of the journey it's going to take to get to this thing that we're talking about. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So these should help clarify. Are these all in reverse? Yeah, this was an accident.
Okay, so we have the Six of Wands, the Nine of Swords. This is clarifying what I was trying to pick up on. The Page of Pentacles and the King of Swords. And then this is like an addition. What is this? Okay. Three of Wands, Three of Swords, Four of Cups, and the Eight of Swords. Okay. What is this thing that you're going to accomplish? You're taking it. Like, you're getting recognized for it. I feel like it's about getting out of an environment that was holding you down in some way heavily. I don't know if you are moving, pile number 2, but I see something in the cards coming through where you're either taking like a retreat of some kind or you are moving out. There is like a joining or a rejoining of some sort of community or like somewhere where you feel like you belong more in or you fit in better. And where you feel like you can breathe more, like you're finally setting something. This can actually also be a remake, a remodel of where you live. Like you're reshifting the energy where it feels more like it's yours. And I'm hearing the way it was always meant to be. There was you might have been in some sort of really unfair situation. Very unfair. Like it's just very to like a seesaw, like it was like this and you were not getting anything from it. It was frustrating to you, but you had a lot of trouble like speaking up about it because you felt like you weren't in the place to, you're not in the position to. I don't know why that's coming through. And so you kind of just like took it. And that really, really sucks because that's why the healing had to happen, because now you're going to reach a point. What's this year prepared you for next is to reach the point of no return where you can finally say, we've crossed that line. We're not going back there anymore. Like, I'm done. I'm putting my foot down. Like, this is what's going on. This is how I want things to be moving forward. And you're finally going to get acknowledged for that truth because you respect yourself now is what I'm hearing. Like, you respect yourself now. Let me see what this keyword is here. If might connect to this cards. We have owl with insight, wisdom, wise choice, unusual powers of discernment. Yes, deciphering mystery, sees truth behind the wall, good advice, no sense of humor, look at life from all angles, explore unknown and magic in life. Okay. Exactly. Like you're making a big final decision for yourself. I really feel like some of you guys are moving out. Let me know in the comments down below how this resonates, by the way. I'm so curious to see. I love doing these types of readings for you guys that help you guys want to grow and better yourselves. And I want you guys to feel like you've gained the self-reflection you've been seeking. Okay, let's shuffle the other set of cards here. And then I have my talisman deck and I think we're good. So what did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? Regardless of when they come across this reading. What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? This year prepared pile number 2 for next. Okay, back of the deck energy is Vine. Seek out information that will help you. And then we have August, so that might be important. And then temporary situation with tent. August may be of importance. Maybe your birthday's in August. Maybe somebody's birthday is in August that you know. August, the month itself, maybe the number 8 in the month. The 8th house, Scorpio energy, Leo energy. No, sorry. Virgo and Leo energy perhaps. But yeah. I don't know why I heard sundown, sunset. Sundown, sunset. I don't know why that's going to be of significance. Maybe something's going to happen to you during the sun going down. I don't know. That came through. So, you know, maybe sunsets are important to you. There was something that happened. A significant event occurred during a sunset moment. I don't know. Seek out information that will help you. Victory in some endeavor. Yeah. you're gaining insight for certainty. As you continue through this journey, as you continue to trust in the unknown, which is you're doing a really good job in, by the way, even though it's hard, like I can tell, I want to validate that for you because I can sense it. It is hard for you. You're doing a great job. Like your guys really want to commend you for that. But this year is preparing you for the ability to finally put your foot down and choose you first, do it for good. And with Rabbit, too much concern with sexual matters on the Six of Wands. You're like gonna start taking care of yourself more. Dog, protection from a powerful friend. Mule, someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. Flute, disappointment in a friend or lover. You're being prepared to just shed. This is the initiation. That just keeps coming through, right? And it's here very heavily. Someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change. Like, I feel like we've gotten so much clarity already with all these cards, guys. It's crazy. This, by the way, is just kind of reminding me of rabbits. They never stop reproducing. I don't know if you know this, but they are like crazy. So this is kind of reminding me of the mind and how the mind can just keep going and going and going. This is going to be your biggest, I don't want to say enemy, but it's going to try to really test you a lot moving for what's coming for you, what this year prepared you for next, pile number 2. And in those moments, you are very much being called to breathe. You know, actually what I shared with you about Ujjayi breath, that can be a breath that can be very helpful for you. So, you know, I highly recommend that you look that up in your own time and practice that. You could probably find lots of TikToks on it because that will help regulate the nervous system over time. And doing that, like having like a little tactic, something you can do to help calm you down in those moments when you start doubting or when the anxiety gets really high. You need to reassure yourself that you were never alone, even when you thought you were alone, that you are safe, that you are protected, that as you keep going and the closer you feel aligned with your truth, that's when where more and more magic starts to unravel and unfold for you. Now the last deck we have. What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next, regardless of when they come across this reading? What did this year prepare pile number 2 for next? Okay, I don't know why I wanted to get that many cards, guys. I wasn't planning on it, but I'm just going with what my gut, okay? We have another owl. Learn the truth. Yes, you have acknowledged it with, and then defense again. Yeah. That really threw you off guard. Yeah, remember when I said it threw you off guard? Something happened during this year that threw you off guard a lot. You handled it with such grace. You handled it with such grace, and you are in so much like light protection because of how you've been handling things thus far. Like, you are doing amazing, pile number 2. It might feel like you're not doing enough is what I'm hearing, but that's just the anxiety that you need to calm within. You're cutting ties with things. Concealment. I'm just revealing all the cards. Intuition, mindfulness, and passion. You like now know how much to give, how much to keep to yourself. You're moving forward at a pace that you know is resonating with you, not anyone else anymore. You're not listening to the beat of other people's drums anymore. You're just listening to yours. You're ready for this. You're ready for this level up. You're ready to follow your heart for good now. And it just, I feel like you've already had signs come through. You might have had repeating numbers, a certain bird, maybe you find feathers on the floor. Like, whatever that little thing is, you'll feel it in your bones. You'll know what I'm talking about. And I feel like you've had little moments, maybe messages in songs, or you like see words on a billboard and you feel like they're talking directly to you. Like, any of those moments, I feel like they've been happening either throughout the year that you clicked on this video for, or just recently before you felt called or drawn to this video, before this video found you. And it seems to me like that's how you know that you're on the right track. Like, you're literally about to start discovering yourself in ways that you never thought you ever would before. And oh my God. You're being called to like learn more though. And this is where I think we're going to look at the next cards, because I am curious to see. I'm actually going to take out the tarot for this. And then I had 2 decks I was going to use for this next part, because this is the last question we were going to look at together. But I wasn't planning on using the tarot, but I am going to use the tarot for this part, because it just feels like there is something very specific that wants to come through that the oracle cards won't be able to bring on their own. So let's do this really quickly.
How does pile number 2 carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? What is pile number 2's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward?
5 of Swords, the Knight of Swords, Lovers, Death. Okay, this is clarifying the 5 of Wands, 5 of Swords. This is clarifying the Knight of Swords, the Lovers, and let's see, Death. Okay, 5 of Cups. 6 of Pentacles. We are just going to get my bronzite stone and we're just gonna do that.
Okay.
All right.
2 of Pentacles with a 6 of Pentacles. Yeah. Balance the scales.
You're being called to put you first. You're being called to set the boundaries. You're being called to put the need to defend or feel understood to rest as you move forward, and understand, acknowledge no one will ever understand you, what you're trying to do, how you're trying to say things in the way that you will, okay? They won't, because they are listening to it from their own ego's perspective. And that is the biggest truth that is going to aid you tremendously, pile number 2, in freeing you as you move forward. Because the biggest person and the strongest person that ever will have your back is yourself. And you have and are finally beginning to like drill that in. It's getting downloaded in. And fear of abandonment, or this like having trouble being alone, like it's not going to be scary anymore for you. You're going to learn how to find enjoyment in it. And okay, this is going to sound really negative, but it's not meant to. You already know and have a lot of experience on what it feels like to be misunderstood. I'm going to take a sip of water. Give me a second. But because you've gone through what the soul lesson that this year was centered around, because you've gone through it all, it has led you to learn how to finally understand yourself and your own deeper whys behind things, like your roots to things. And so that feeling of being misunderstood, it's kind of shifted into, I'm okay if people don't see or understand my truth. And what matters is that I see it and I understand my truth. Does that make sense? And the more that you drop this need to explain yourself to people and reassure yourself that they will never understand it the way that I will, and be okay with it, practice the acceptance of that, the more free you will be, the more you align with your truth and your sovereignty. That's what real sovereignty is, right? And you're in the process of understanding that now, coming to terms with that, and that is going to get you closer and closer to where you're meant to be, because then that means you're slowly trusting your intuition, and your higher self is going to come through to start working with you, co-work with you to create something beautiful. Okay. So that is the first thing that came through to finish up. Now, let us bring my Sacred Creator deck out and my crystal deck out. We're going to get the booklets as well, whatever comes through. I'm going to share like the journaling prompts or the little exercises that come through so you guys can do that in your own time. And then we're also going to read like the meanings of everything. We'll see what comes through though, because sometimes Source wants me to read certain cards and not read others. So let's see. What is pile number 2's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? What is pile number 2's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? 2 more shuffles. What is pile number 2's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? Okay. Back of the deck energy is rise. That's what you're doing. You're in this initiation point. What's under it? Make a mission statement. You're in the process of figuring it out. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Okay. We have you are light. 5 and 6 adding to 11. This card is kind of pairing with it, influencing over it. This is the number 4 and 5 adding to 9. Change maker, make waves. You are light. That's what you're doing. You're figuring that out for yourself, love. And then let's get the crystals. What is pile number 2's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? What is pile number 2's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? Okay. We have rhodochrosite coming through. It did come upright. And then we also have green selenite and aquamarine. Heart chakra energy, a lot of emotional healing happening. That's reviving your creativity. That's going to be part of your next journey. You're ready for the next step. Pile number 2 is what I'm hearing. All right, so let us read the crystals first. So we're going to start here and then we're going to move. So green selenite. Actually, no, they want me to start here because no. Green selenite, let's do it. Green selenite, healing, tranquil pleasures, daydreams, and imaginings. Life is a river of dreams. Relax and enjoy the journey. Over the coming days, you will find yourself daydreaming and visaging. I never heard that word. Your life as you would truly love it to be. I'm going to say, I think this means envisioning your life as you would truly love it to be. Your thoughts are bathed in the tranquil pleasures of love, romance, and ideal relationships. Yet these imaginings are not fantasy. Rather, they are glimpses of the future. You are entering a time of great joy, creativity, and tranquility. This time, your dreams and wishes really do come true. That's what I'm saying. Keep an open heart and mind, and above all, trust in the magical and healing power of love to transform your life. A period of great joy and happiness is just around the corner. And I think with this love, this is self-love. This is you learning how much power self-love holds over any other type of love. What would happen if you can give unconditional love to yourself, and you're finally learning what will happen if you do. And then let's move in to aquamarine. I am hearing from Source, if you guys are taking notes, we're going to read it straight down. So I don't know why this is coming through because I don't know if you guys are going to be open to doing this. If you can take notes in your journal, like pause this video, write down each of these little words, okay? Like straight down, like healing and then tranquil pleasures underneath, daydream underneath, imaginings underneath that, like in one row. And then write a row right next to it for aquamarine, and you're gonna do the same thing, and then we're gonna go to rhodochrosite, you're gonna do the same thing, all next to each other, and you're gonna combine each of those words to make a sentence. Find the sentence that resonates with what has been going on with you, because that is also gonna be part of like some sort of decrypted guidance message for how to carry this forward, okay? So just, that's Source wanted me to tell you guys to do that. Never told anyone to do that before. I don't even know if it's gonna make sense, but you know, let me know in the comments down below what you were able to come up with if you do it. For aquamarine, we have moderation, energy, tolerance, gentleness, compassion, the feminine, and goddess. You can overcome a current conflict by reflecting upon and applying moderation, tolerance, gentleness, and compassion. These qualities are not a show of weakness. They are strengths.
What is called for at present is greater empathy and insight coupled with a little patience and tenderness. Know that it is possible to resolve things in an amicable way to create a positive outcome for all concerned. As you look back on this episode, you will realize a valuable lesson. Compassion and tolerance are signs of maturity and strength of character. They are qualities that infuse all with love and light. You are light. Giving yourself that compassion because you never gave enough of it to yourself before. You would give yourself guilt. And then let's go to rhodochrosite. Relationships, compassion, blessings, love, and joy. It is through our relationships with others that we learn more about our own character. From a higher perspective, everyone we encounter is a reflection of ourselves, and the universe has placed around us the things that will help us expand our love and tolerance. We meet people we like and people we dislike. When we see what we consider to be positive traits in others, we align with these characteristics because we believe them to be good. Yet, when we see what we consider to be negative aspects in others' characters, we can refuse to see those same traits in ourselves because we judge them as bad. The truth is that we have each trait within us, either currently or in the past. Otherwise, we would not be able to recognize the traits in others. Ooh. You are being urged to examine the traits you don't like in others, and rather than merely judging them as bad or avoiding them, look at what they reflect within you. Developing a compassionate attitude will help you realize that the judgments we make about others are often judgments we make about ourselves. All relationships are a mixture of positive and negative. They help us broaden our understanding of life and love and see more of who we are. Here is an affirmation you can write down if it resonates. I love and accept myself as I am. I love and accept the world as it is. Deep in my heart, I know that beyond my perceptions of good and bad, only love exists. I love this. I love this for you guys. I feel like a lot of the reading was kind of around this whole thing. So I really feel like this affirmation would be beautiful practice for you guys to sort of write down like 7 days in a row for yourself, maybe 3 times in a row, daily. I mean, that would be beautiful. So I'm going to leave the cards as that. And then let us read what this one wants to come through. And I'll read a little bit of both. We'll see what comes through fully. But you are in a process of autonomy. You are 100% in a new beginning of further autonomy with yourself and the world around you, and specifically the people in your life. Remembering like what is your truth versus what's theirs, so you can stay separate in a healthy and loving, compassionate way. So let's go to You Are Light first. 56. Okay. At the core of your cells and your atoms, you are tiny strings of vibrating light energy. This light interacts with other lights around it and emanates a signature that is only yours. And your unique vibrational energy is needed in the world. Lightworker, you are needed. You will be the beam of light who casts luminous hope into the shadows. You will be the counterpoint, a brilliant crack in the veneer, a flickering of inspiration when things get difficult. And as you devote your, and it's time to nurture and protect that light as you devote your life to something bigger than yourself. Work your soul's directive in any way that you can. Offer kindness to strangers on the street and radiate love, healing, and compassion from wherever you are. Even the line at the grocery store can become your own laboratory of light. Bring your fierce mission to serve into a role or position that doesn't call for servitude. Show us how to do it with more love. Trust that your light will be accepted even by those who don't understand it, because through shiny eyes and a warm smile, you can bring your soul to work and light up a room with your presence. Here are things that I would recommend that you guys pause this video for and take notes for. I'm going to read it out loud regardless though. What lights you up? What makes your soul float? What feeling lies in the center of your soul's calling? How do you know you are a light worker? In what ways are you sharing your gifts with the world? In what ways are you opaquing your light? Does your ego hold on to any fears of being seen or judged? Or being too big, too awe-inspiring, too self-centered, or too successful? How can you shine your light anyway? Beautiful. And then 45, change maker, make waves. Warrior spirit, activist, healer, passionate light worker, you are a change maker, and it's time to start acting as that which you are. Stop saying yes to things you hate. It's time to honor your beliefs and to put your energy behind your words while speaking them clearly and loudly in your life. Speaking your visions for our future will broadcast your change maker essence to the world. Stand up for what you believe in, vocalize that which lights you up, and insist on witnessing the change you desire. When you do, the stars will hear you. The mountains will reverberate, sorry, I can't talk, and you will call forth a paradigm that is filled with the vibration of something better. This is how change happens. See injustices as fuel for your fire of goodness, stoking the flames of your light and igniting your torch of love. Make waves, change maker, by focusing on what matters and by having faith that they will roll into the shorelines of the future. You are what we have been waiting for. Here is something to pause the video for and write these questions down. Please reflect. I highly recommend that you do. Changemaker, what is the essence of your dream that already lives in your heart? And which part of that dream is already a part of your reality? What sacred activism fuels your inspiration? What change do you desire to see? Are you choosing to stay where you feel safe instead of rocking the boat and creating waves of change? So it is about combining both of the energies of these cards together. And from what I'm seeing, it's about becoming the creator of your reality again. You're taking your power back, and this is how you're going to be able to continue carrying the wisdom that you've gained through this year forward, because you're learning how to juggle how to show up for others versus how to show up for yourself. You're learning that and you're applying it very well. And I feel like I did give you the guidance that came through within the cards too. You're doing it, pile number 2. And you're going to just keep doing it better and better as time goes on. So to finish up, we're just going to get some final channeled messages from angels that wanted to come through for you to just wrap up the reading. All right, loves? So what is the final messages for pile number 2? Two more shuffles. Final messages for pile number 2. And final messages for pile number 2, this one. Okay. Here, let us get into it. Heart, yep, I was literally talking about heart chakra. Love is the heart of the matter. Your heart is the center within your physical being, attuned most to love. It's safe for you to love and be loved with an open heart, as we stand by with perfect protection and guidance. And then we have confidence. Moving forward does not necessarily require you to have confidence in yourself. Confidence in God is enough, or in source, whatever you want to put in the blank. Along with knowing that God works through you and with you in all ways. Lean upon us if you're oh my God, I can't talk. Lean upon us if you're guidance. I don't know why I can't talk, guys. I'm so sorry. Lean up. I'm going to repeat this whole card. Okay. Have confidence. Moving forward does not necessarily require you to have confidence in yourself. Confidence in God or in source is enough. Along with knowing that source works through you and with you in all ways. Lean upon us if your confidence wavers, and we will buoy your courage and faith. I do not know what that word means. B-U-O-Y? Buoy? Your courage and faith. Okay. So, my beautiful souls, this is all that I have for you in your reading for today. I really, really hope from the bottom of me heart that it did resonate with you. And if you could engage with this video, interact with it, comment, give it a thumbs up, or even a thumbs down. If it didn't resonate, share it with somebody that you feel like would love to hear their messages. this would mean a lot to me. It really helps support my channel, helps support the work that I'm trying to do. I really am trying to build a healing community on YouTube right now, and trying to really make the world a better place through creating the ripple effects of helping others become their own inner healers, you know, because it's really only healed people that help heal this world. So if that's something that you are interested in and this is your first time listening, you know, feel free to hit the subscribe button if you do want to join this community. And really, I just hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. I send you so much love. You're doing everything right. Don't doubt yourself. I'm very excited to see what this new year is, or what is in store for you moving forward if there isn't a new year. Where I'm filming, there's going to be a new year very shortly. So I am excited, regardless of when you're listening to this. And I believe in you. I know that there's so many great things. There's so much growth in store and so much self-development, a very new beginning. Let me know, you know, keep me filled in on your story. So have a beautiful rest of your day. Hopefully I'll see you in my next card readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful pile number threes. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Frog Clan card with the words being cleansing, release, and healing, as well as being the number 6, then you already know that this reading is for you in reference to what this year was preparing you for, regardless of where you are in time while watching this video, okay? So honestly, when I look at this, there's a playful energy here, but also very, like, excited. There's a lot of excited energy here, I think, is what I'm sensing. Playful / excited. And I really do want to see what the booklet has to say when we look at the meaning of this card together. But before we do that, I want to reveal a little surprise, because you guys didn't just get one significator card, but you actually got whabam 2. And this is the card that says Blue Moon, with the words being mastery, recognition, and evolution, with the number 28 adding to 10. 2 and 8 adding to 10. These are two very different energies. Every once in a blue moon, that is so, it's a rare phenomenon that happens. There was a huge shedding that happened this year. Something that not everyone experiences in their life. Yours is very unique, pile number 3. Necessarily not even unique, but just uncommon the way it happened. So we're gonna read the meaning of the Frog Clan card, because that is the card that helped you select your pile. I believe this is an add-on that kind of adds more influence to the Frog Clan in a way. So we're gonna use the meaning of the Frog Clan more here. And let's get to the page. Okay. So for Frog Clan, in this number 22, so 222 may be of significance to you. In this overwhelming time, the Frog Clan card symbolizes the feeling of swimming against the current. When we are working against our own nature and allowing past worries to build, we need the Frog Clan to aid in clearing away the heavy emotional baggage. In this state of high stress, even the simplest obstacle seems magnified. Release the pressure and heal yourself on all levels. Let the flow of tears wash away your pain and leave you feeling cleansed. The Frog Clan focuses on the healing that is needed by you or someone else or someone close to you. By being empathetic and allowing others to freely express their feelings, you can offer the support they need. Never underestimate the power of compassion. Frog Clan teaches us to connect to the healing powers of water, which is the emotional flow within our lives. If the flow is dammed up, then we begin to feel a pressure building within us. Allow your emotions to flow freely and encourage the same in others. And here is a little prayer if you feel called to pause this video. And I'm going to read it out loud. You could pause the video and write it down, is what I was going to say. Use it for yourself. Through the gift of the Frog Clan, I learned to connect with the healing aspects of water. Within the flow, I learned to oh my God, I messed up my words.
Within the flow, I learn to freely express my emotions and cleanse away any negativity. I offer compassion to myself and to others. For this, my spirit is stronger.
So there is something with releasing resentment of some kind that is going to ultimately age you. There is something big here. Huge. I feel like there's something massive. I don't know why. It's like huge, huge, huge energy. Let's see what the prayer is for Blue Moon. And then I'm just going to read the prayer part if you guys want to write it down for yourselves. So let's just get to page. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just looking for the prayer. Okay. So the prayer says, as I move, it's right here. As I move fully into my own power, I open my heart to the recognition I deserve. I thank Great Spirit and all those who have helped me along the way. I am ready to be the master and to fully accept abundance in my life. Become the master and allow your dreams and visions to be actualized. You have worked hard, so accept the recognition that goes with the blue moon. You deserve it. See, that's the thing. These two are very different cards, but it's like, to get this, you need this. And you need this to get this. So there's like some sort of yin-yang energy going on. Inner work to give you the outer results, or working on the inner world to get the outer world results. Like, does that make sense? It's like as above, so below energy. So honestly, there is a completion, definitely, that this year kind of marked the closing of a chapter of some kind for you about. We're going to see, obviously, what this is. So I'm just going to slide the significator cards here. And I did just want to let you know, you did get, we are going to be using tarot whenever I just feel the call to use it on the side. And this deck that I intuitively selected for pile number 3 is my Chrysalis Tarot deck. Okay? So we're just going to put her back over there to look pretty. And let us get the deck set we're going to be using for this first part of your reading, which is where we're going to be looking at what soul lesson this year was centered around for you, okay? So I have my Starseed deck, Essential Oils deck, my Land Sky deck, and my Astro deck we're going to be using for you guys. Okay. So I'm just going to shuffle, let the cards come out, and then we'll just kind of look at everything as we go, okay? So what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 3, regardless of when they come across this reading? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 3? Okay. We have 1 facing down. We're going to keep going. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 3? All right. This one also wants to come through. Back of the deck energy wants to be seen, and it is petite grain. I think I didn't pronounce that correctly. Let's pretend I did. That's an essential oil. The key word here is independence. Trigger statement, I am just like my mother, father. And true statement, I am free to choose. You are ready to break free of the conditioning that has bound you so that you may continue your journey of healing and growth. Ooh, now I get it. Okay. So this is the back of the deck energy. Whenever I look at back of the deck energies for my oracles, this is showing me what is going on in your world right now as you're watching this. You are going through Frog Clan energy heavily right now, and it's like sources telling you this, it's like skipping steps here. I had a whole plan and structure on how I was going to do this, but it's saying you got to move through what you're moving through right now, because this year was centered around helping you realize these things. It was really sucky, it was really hard, but you are figuring it out now. We kind of forced you in the corner to reflect and go inside because you couldn't go outside anymore. And this is where you're gonna get to, but you need to keep moving through it. So we did get 4 essential oil cards. All right,
These two aren't revealed. These two are, so we're gonna look at them now together. And it is lemon, eucalyptus, and renewing oil. Keywords are sovereignty and forgiveness. For the trigger statement for the lemon eucalyptus is, what will they think? True statement, I navigate through life with ease. Now you must claim your energetic independence, cut the cords to lower vibrations. It is time to ascend. Exactly. And it's paired with renewing. Trigger statement, I did not deserve this. True statement, I forgive. Allow the labels of judgment to disappear. See the situations and individuals through your heart. Forgive yourself. Now I get why this was hard. Now I get why I didn't know what that feeling was. Because the excitedness / playfulness energy I was sensing, it felt like somebody that didn't know any better. Like the energy of being in a state of like blissful ignorance, and they're excited to get a move on and just skip this step and like do the next thing. I'm just sitting with everything we have. Okay, interesting. Let's get the other two decks out. What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 3? Okay, back of the deck energy, Pluto, shadow and mysticism. This card did go upright. We're gonna put it here though for now so we can talk about this. You are going through a massive de-shedding right now, pile number 3. Oh my goodness. This year really lit up some things about how you were giving and taking from the world. Giving and taking in the sense of like, what were you taking that you knew was yours versus what you knew wasn't yours to carry anymore? And confronting those things, there might have been a fear of confrontation at looking at the darkness, but the soul lesson that this year was centered around for you really was about just facing those things like head on so that you can wake up from the illusion, so that you can wake up from dissociating is what I'm hearing. I don't know if that's something that a characteristic that you guys have dealt with. It's a coping mechanism, a trauma response, but there was a tendency to disconnect, to dissociate, to detach from the human experience. And I don't know, some of you guys might be or were going through some sort of recovery process from an addictive tendency, a self-sabotaging tendency, but you were like holding yourself accountable for it and you're still in something with that. It doesn't resonate, then don't take what I just said. But it really does feel like the soul lesson here was genuinely centered around you waking up from a dream or a nightmare, or like the safe space that you would put yourself in your mind when life and reality just felt not safe anymore. And you're ready to take the next step now that you went through that. But at the same time, there's wobbliness here. Like you're not standing strong just yet, pile number 3. Your legs are still shaking, your knees are still wobbling a little because there might be some imposter syndrome is what I'm hearing, feeling like you're in the fake it till you make it stage. Does that make sense? But this soul lesson that this year was centered around was to get you to this state. Okay, this is the last deck. So what soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 3? What soul lesson was this year centered around for pile number 3? Okay. 3 cards want to come out. Let's see them. They're going to pair together. Honestly, I want to just start here and then we're going to move through, okay? So these all want to be paired. We have Earth School, Life Lessons, Soul Growth, Study, and Higher Learning. Star Family, you're part of a team of souls, call in support. And Loosen Your Grip, Coping Mechanisms, Density, Addiction, and Let Source In. You're waking up so hard right now. Oh my gosh. Oh, pile number 3, I feel for you because I know this feeling really well. When I realized what I was doing to myself when I dealt with my ED and my addictive tendencies and everything. I know this feeling and it's so uncomfortable. But maybe that's why I also sense that excitement of naivety here to want to just fight it and get it over with. But you're not meant to do it that way. You're not meant to just zip through it because then you're going to miss out on the things that you wouldn't have been able to see if you were on fast pace mode. Like gliding by, you need to walk, take your time, notice the surroundings of the journey. And this year was significantly centered around you kind of learning that, realizing how to do things the right way, and also learning who's really there for you and who isn't. Let's see what the Land and Sky card you have received. Raga and Devesha. Okay, wow, yep. So Raga is about attachment, Devesha is about aversion. Oh my God. And this is in the limbs, the 8 limbs of Patanjali in Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, and it's in the Pratyahara, which is about like turning inward. Raga and Devesha is basically the obstacle that we all have to deal with. And it's kind of what shapes the human ego, the human experience. Because raga is the thing that you like more of, that you want more of. It's the thing that you kind of nonchalantly and can very easily get attached to because our brains will crave it. Devesha is the complete opposite. What makes you disgusted? What turns you off? What is your ick? What do you not like at all and you can't stand? You'll run away from it. We can apply this into love and fear. Things that scare us, we run away from, right? So in a way, when we run away from the things that scare us, we're also running away from the things that bring us the true liberation, freedom, and the sovereignty. You are learning how to navigate the ego this year. This year was centered around understanding yourself better and being able to differentiate between what your brain's chemistry was asking of you versus what your soul was asking of you. You're in, oh wow, you are in such deep healing. Like these are the colors of all the 3 foundational chakras in this chakra system. I call them the foundational triad. And in my opinion, when it comes to healing work and the stuff that I do, I'm a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. These are the top 3 chakras that I work with my clients on. And I use the chakra system in a psychological standpoint. I use it with certain neuroscience and psychologically based, in the sense that the demons are the shadow versions, the wounded versions of each chakra of those 3. The root chakra, it's fear. Sacral chakra is guilt. Solar plexus is shame. Those are the 3 wounds that I believe when we have self-sabotaging tendencies, addictive tendencies, when we have a very extremist, all or nothing type of personality. Those are the things we got to deal with and look at the most. It seems to me like this year was all about learning that deeper. Maybe you had some revelations about like your family tree and your roots and understanding where you come from more, and like your stories, where your stories came from more, where your beliefs came from, how they were constructed. And it brought a lot of truths to the surface, but also things that are very hard to sit with at the same time. Very, very hard. But you know that there's a reason for it, okay? I want to make that very clear. And to move through this is to reclaim your sovereignty, to make sure that you don't let this process go down the drain, is to forgive the part of you that wants to stay the same and keep suffering. Every time you show up, you're doing all these things. You're reclaiming a little bit more power. You're getting a little bit more control over yourself and your life. You're gaining back the clarity on who you want to be and become. There's so many things here that you gain through this. And this year was a massive catalyst for it. Massive, massive, massive. Oh my God, I have goosebumps. Like, this was a crazy year. I can relate to this so heavily, guys. Okay, the other two cards we have here is frankincense oil and fennel oil. Let's look at frankincense. And it's healing on all levels. Look, we have all these different colors. So the key word here for frankincense is enlightened. Trigger statement, I am alone. True statement, I am one with all that is. Dear child, you are safe and loved as you continue on your journey of self-exploration. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're learning that you can do this. This year was all about understanding that. And I feel like towards the bigger end of this year, if you're in the year that you're reflecting on too, this is where this revelation happens. Because just because you feel alone doesn't mean that you are alone, pile number 3. Your thoughts aren't telling you the facts. You got to remember, there are billions of people on this planet, and there's going to be lots of people that can work with you, understand you in the way that you're looking for, okay? This stuff is very hard to carry on your own. I remember when I was going through the deepest and darkest parts of my own healing journey, it was very difficult because I went through my first spiritual awakening and dark night of the soul moment when I was 19 years old. And 19, no one is thinking like this at 19. So like healing, waking up, realizing all these self-sabotaging stuff. So, you know, you kind of feel a little bit psychotic. You feel very, very lonely. But then like the more lonely you start feeling, if you can move through it, you start to realize how not alone you've been this entire time. Nature is like speaking to you. Things start to speak to you more. You feel the meaning in songs. Like there's a depth to life that becomes reborn or reignited when you move through this stuff. And it seems to me like this year, it's going through a huge process of eliminating things, revealing things to you that little by little you can tackle, and then eventually realize like all these things happen for you to wake up and realize how strong you've always been. Because if these things didn't happen to you, right? And I'm not just talking about within this year, but I'm talking about in your life in general, pile number 3, everything that you've been going through, the cycle that you were trapped in, if that stuff didn't happen, you would have never had an opportunity to get out of it and get even stronger in character and morals and who you are. And the dreams, if you have a dream, if you have like an end goal that you've always wanted to accomplish for yourself, you wouldn't have been able to get there if all this stuff never happened to you. Because then you would have never been able to build the strong sense of character development that you needed in order to get the dream that you want. Does that make sense? So it's like this was all preparation for something bigger. And then we have fennel, with the key word being discern. Trigger statement, it is not my fault. True statement, I take full responsibility. Shift into your body and listen. Release the emotions you have been storing and move forward. Exactly. Now I get why these two sets of the oils wanted to be separate, because this is the first part of the year. This was the last part of the year. The other half part of the year. Wow. This was, I don't even think I need tarot here. This was, I just want to let you know that I understand this. If you want to share your story in the comments, guys, I'm there for you. 100% always. I send you guys so much unconditional love. We're going to keep going. And let's see the part of you that was reshaped through this lesson that you went through. Okay? So we're using my Yin Yang Oracle. and my Embracing the Shadows deck. This is where I start layering cards, okay, guys? So just make sure you've been taking notes. What part of pile number two? Okay, if I just said that, it might likely be some of you guys were drawn to 2 and 3. If that is the case, I just said pile 2. Maybe this is where you stop. You had everything you needed from pile 3. Move into pile number 2, okay? If you just chose pile 3, then ignore what I just said, but we're gonna keep on going. What part of pile number 3 was reshaped through this lesson? What part of pile number 3 was reshaped through this lesson? Okay. Back of the deck energy is distance, retreat, or timeout, and then underneath it, until debt tear us apart, contracts, career, commitments, and Saturn. Yeah, you're learning heavy, 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 heavy stuff right now. Okay. Dissociating. You're still working on it. You're still working on it. You're doing good, though. You don't need to be perfect. If you guys do resonate, if anyone that's still here, hello. If you guys still do resonate with everything I've been sharing, I would highly recommend that you guys do check out my YouTube channel, and just look into like my root chakra playlist, my healing playlist, or how to turn a crisis into a spiritual awakening. And the only reason why I'm sharing that with you guys is because I do share about like my story. I talk about my story of what I dealt with in the past, and I really feel like you'll be able to gain a lot of aid and support and resources. And they're all free resources, you know, like take advantage. Feel free to explore. You know, at the end of the day, like my channel is meant to help you guys become your own inner healers, okay? So everything I post on there is what I'm going through in my own healing journey, but also the things I have learned, the things I have gained, and all the tools that I use when I work with my one-on-one clients or when I offer my healing group circles and stuff like that. So please take advantage, loves. Okay. What part of pile number 3 was reshaped through this lesson? What part of pile number 3? Okay. So we have reclaiming your body. And it says, if past wounds have disconnected you from your body, it's time to come home to yourself. Dissociating, it keeps coming up. And then the other shadow, releasing judgment. Do not fear your darkness. You are not good or bad. You are human and evolving. You have had such massive truths awakened. Wow. And then the yin yang card that landed by frankincense is attraction, Mars, and hot. Okay, this is where that desire to want to grow is going to come in. But it's through like doing it, and you have been. But the part of you that was reshaped through this lesson is the part of you that had trouble moving through the discomfort. The part of you that would avoid because it was too scary or hard to just look at yourself that way or explore or dive deep into your inner world that way. It's changed, or it is in the process of changing. And that is the part of you that's being reshaped, the part of you that feared that the most. Let's get more clarity as well on this. So what part of pile number 3 was reshaped through this lesson? Let the card fall out. What part of pile number 3 was reshaped through this lesson? Okay. This one, back of the deck. Mott.
Ma'at. So this is an Egyptian god, I believe, and it is the Justice card. And the Three of Stones, also known as the Three of Pentacles. I want to know the story of Ma'at. I don't know if I have the booklet here. Let me see if I can just check, because I am a little curious. I don't think I have the booklet. Let me look it up on my phone, because I feel like there is something of significance here with Ma'at. So let me check. Okay. Ma'at is a goddess, but she isn't just a goddess. She is the cosmic law. Let me find the cosmic law itself. She represents truth, balance, harmony, moral integrity, right relationship between self, others, nature, and the divine. When Ma'at appears symbolically, she's the living measure of spiritual alignment. She's not about punishment or reward. She's about equilibrium. When your choices, intentions, and energy resonate with truth, your life rebalances effortlessly. When they don't, imbalance manifests, not as bad karma, but as a feedback system calling you back into integrity. That's what I'm saying. This is what you're going through right now. It's a huge revelation. Yeah. There we go. I just cut the deck and we have Kali, the tower. This is intense and it's hitting you hard. Oh my God, it is hitting you so hard. And it's a little bit overwhelming, to be honest, but you're doing it. And the thing that's hard about it is that it's difficult to hold space for it all. It feels like you have to take baby steps with it. And I feel like you are aware of that, but at the same time, the part of you that is reshaped is everything I'm saying. That's the part of you that's reshaped. It's the part of you that's learning how to take things, not just at face value, but like be like, okay, I took in some info. Let me retreat a little bit. Okay, I took in some more info. Let me retreat a little bit. You're learning how to do this at a pace that will actually benefit you. You might be going through moments of like absorption, pause, and instead of just running away all at once. But when you have run away, I feel like you've tried a couple of times. It didn't work out because then another thing that you would call a blockage would show up and try to mirror or like push you back to where you're meant to look at or go. And that's what this year was really about. But at the same time, let me see. We have 7 of spirals, the Ace of spirals, and the Star. Let me see if this is I think this is the Wands. Let me just make sure. 8 of stones, 8 of mirrors, 10 of stones, 9 of scrolls. Yeah, that is the Wands. Okay. So, yeah, the part of you that was reshaped was the part of you that thought they had to do it all at once. This part of you, it's shaped in the sense that now they're ready to fight, now they're ready to start up, now they're ready to like, but at the same time, like keep in mind, all these cards landed on this side, and I feel like it's about this part of the year. So if you're listening to this and you're not at the ending part of the year, then this is still happening. You need to stick with it though, okay? If this is you listening to this and this was the year that already happened, then yeah, you are in this mix, okay? Does that make sense? I just want to make sure because I know everyone would be listening to this at different times, but you are finding your fire, you are finding your power, you are finding the way to heal and stick with it. Do it the way that you were always meant to. Oh my God. And you're finding the freedom, you're finding your truth, you're finding, like you find your freedom the more and more connected you get to your true self, pile number 3. And you're on this journey for it. Oh, I have goosebumps, guys. Like, I'm so blessed to do this reading. I am so blessed. I feel so honored. I feel so blessed that Source chose me to give this reading to you guys. Like, whoa. This is... Sorry if that was really loud in the mic. I'm just...
this is exactly what I wish and I aim to give to clients. This is exactly what I try to do when I show up on all my social media. And this is just, it's so beautiful to see this all laid out in card form for a YouTube video, for a pick card. You know what I mean? The fact that you guys are moving through this, like, I am just so flipping proud of you. You need to keep something in mind, pile number 3. Not a lot of people are able and capable of doing this. I need you to put that in your head. Not a lot of people are able to do this because it's too scary. Look where you are. Look how much you've accomplished for yourself, guys. You are exactly where you are meant to be. Whether you're at the beginning of the year, in the next year, at the end of it, wherever the F you are, pile number 3, please know, keep doing what you are doing. Stay on this path. Don't let the fear stop you, okay? The fear is your fuel, and it's a sign that you are literally moving into expansion mode, because where fear is, expansion is, and that's where growth and evolution lies. You're doing it. This is the thing that shifts your entire reality forever. Stick with it, okay? Keep doing it. Oh my gosh. I'm so proud of you guys. Like, I am so ridiculously proud. Okay, so what we're gonna be doing now is I'm just going to get the tarot cards back to here in case we need them again. And we're gonna move into the third question, which is, what did this year prepare you for next? Which I know is the biggest thing that you guys were probably wanting to know when you clicked on this video. Okay, so before we get into it though, because I have a lot of decks I'm gonna have to shuffle, I did want to share something. This is an invitation for you guys, okay? That I do feel called to offer because of this reading I'm giving to you guys right now. And the reason why is because you guys are literally my people. You guys have the energy of what I've gone through. And I literally created a Hymns of Heels, not just my YouTube channel, but my business, everything, for you guys to find your strength, your empowerment, and to support each other on this journey, my pile 3s, guys. So I'm inviting you guys to sign up or join this waiting list I have in the description box and the link below. And the waiting list is to sign up for any future virtual healing circles, gatherings, workshops, events that I'm going to be holding that are all about all things healing. And the thing and the beauty about what I'm doing is it's gonna be inclusive, extremely affordable, so don't even worry about that. But it's gonna make healing accessible for people worldwide. And we're gonna be able to create a community together because humanity, we're meant to come together, not stay apart. And I really feel like everything we've been diving into just feels like this is this thing that would help you guys so much. And I would love to meet you guys, like see your faces, hear your voices, you know what I mean? So please, if you feel like you're open to that, everything that you get to do in that link, you're gonna get to sign up, fill out a little form that I made. And basically what it's gonna ask you to do is to choose the exact topics that are healing related, focused, that you want to be informed on or updated about if I have any upcoming events of them. So they can range all the way from astrology for self-discovery and deep healing, all the way to neuroscience, how to rewire your brain, how to work with your brain, understanding chronic stress response, how to regulate your own nervous system, and all that stuff too. So choose there, please. I really feel like it would be a beautiful resource and a beautiful way for you to start reconnecting with others that have gone through or are going through similar things, okay? And I would get to talk with you and hear your voice, hear your essence. I just want to give you guys so much hugs, like, Okay, now I got all the sap out of the way. Let's move on to the rest of your reading. Okay, so we're gonna be bringing in my Talisman Oracle deck, my Keywords deck, Sacred Destiny, and my tea leaves, okay? I have a lot of them over here, so I'm just trying to reach. We're gonna shuffle, do the same thing that we've been doing. Okay, so let's get into it. What did this year prepare pile number 2? I keep saying pile number 2. Again, if you guys feel drawn, you know. But let's start again. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next?
What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? Okay, so we did get one card upright. And the back of the deck energy here is ball, game player, let's play, dropping the ball, colorful, making the most of a situation by inflating it, bounce back, the ball is in your court. That's what I'm saying. Like, currently, your energy, you have an opportunity to keep at it, is what I'm hearing. Like, you're still in the journey. It's still hard. Okay, I want to validate that. But you have all the resources you need to be able to continue onwards. And the things that are making you think that you can't is all in your head, and it's just the fears, the ego trying to tell you to stay in your comfort zone. They're trying to find so many excuses to keep you there. But it's your soul that wants to keep growing, love. Like, you can feel it. I know you can, pile number 3. So keep listening to that. Before we keep the shuffling going, we did get a card that faced up, landed upright, so it wants to be red. We have hammer, building relationships, friendships, and connecting. So what did this year prepare you for next? Well, it's towards the end of the year energy again, right? So you're shifting into this. This is about you. It's prepared you to find the right people to help you on this journey. It's prepared you to help you become ready to start doing this in a way where it's gonna start reflecting into your material and external world now. Like, you're gonna start noticing shifts because your frequency has shifted through this whole soul lesson you experienced and have been experiencing, that you're gonna be ready to start taking and layering on the healing work, like adding more to it to aid in the biggerment and betterment of you. That's one. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? I'll let the card fall out. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? Okay, patience. This one wants to come out, and stand still. Back of the deck here is openness. Yeah, so it's like maybe now you're listening and you're at a state where you're finally starting to hear things. Oh, this is facing down. Let's keep it like that. Actually, screw it. Let's just reveal. Because I do have standstill and patience. And then we have action. Yeah, action landing on the Frog Clan. That's hilarious. But you're doing it in a way that's smart. You know what I mean? So that you don't scare your nervous system away from the progress. You're literally reteaching yourself how to trust yourself again, how to show up for yourself again. And you don't want to scare yourself out of it. This is preparing you to be able to start doing it the right way. And I really do believe it's through the connections that this whole year was preparing you for that's going to help you gain the knowledge to do this the right way. I'm gonna keep bringing up the virtual healing circle sign up, guys. I really think it could help. If you're like tight on money and you're looking for a way to start working in self-growth and stuff, you know, just saying. But, you know, and this is where it gets interesting because I'm seeing these birds and they have wings, and it's giving me the idea of like they're choosing to be in stillness. They're choosing to take their time because they know they have wings. They're not clipped, and they can fly and take flight and control their speed at any time. But it's like they're choosing to do these. This is you choosing, like willingly choosing to do things the right way. And in a way, not right way, like right or wrong, but I mean in the way that aligns at your soul's timing, at your soul's pace, so it doesn't scare you off from making the progress that you've always deserved. Does that make sense? So, that's beautiful. Let's continue. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? Okay, we have one, back of the deck, protection. You are protected, love. You are. Okay. Facing here, it landed just like this way. Blessed day in action. You are protected. Yeah. You are divinely protected, divinely guided. And this is the day
where you can start this now. Like, I feel like a lot of you guys that are listening to this, if you chose pile 3, like, you're ready. This preparation period, it's like the time is now is what I'm hearing. So taking little baby steps is the journey here that Source is asking of you to help you get there. It's preparing you to start. You're inspired. Okay. Now I have 2 little bundles of my tea leaves. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? One more shuffle. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? Okay. Back of the deck energy here is Ram, a stubborn, aggressive person. There was a Ram. Ace of Wands. This is giving me Ace of Wands energy. And then under here is Vine. Yeah. So seek out information that will help you. This was sneaking out, so I just kind of put it like this. So this is actually calling you out. Maybe me bringing up resources triggers you. But, you know, Source is kind of, you know, calling you out on it. So I don't know. I just wanted to share that. And then we do have a card. I don't know if this is a card that fell out, but we're going to take it because it's there. This one's here. I'm just going to do all the tea leaves at once, and then we'll look at everything. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? Okay, one more shuffle. What did this year prepare pile number 3 for next? Okay. Back of the deck energy here is Grasshopper, situations in the balance that require careful handling. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to be careful how you do this, or else you're gonna scare yourself out of it and dissociate all over again. All right, there are cards that fell, so just give me a second to pick them up. This wants to be here. This wants to be there. Okay. All right, so let's start here and move down this way. So landing on Earth School, Life Lesson, Soul Growth, Study, Higher Learning, we have Tree. Affairs with your family. Well, Earth School, you're learning. Yeah, this is root chakra energy, 100%. Understanding the family tree, understanding the generational trauma, generational patterns, familial line, what traumas were carried through that. Here we have take care, enemies are working against you. This is nothing to do with people. Do not get scared. This is about you making sure, because it landed here. It's preparing you for the ability to handle this next step that is so crucial for consistency on this journey in the best way possible. Because if it wasn't for this year, you wouldn't have learned how bad it can actually get when you let yourself shut down, when you get overwhelmed. And it's because of the knowledge that you gained through this year that helped you understand why your second nature is to naturally shut down. It's like the trigger, you know? You're still in the middle of deciphering that still. I don't think you fully unraveled this, which is why I believe this is a tea leaf that is coming through, because you're gonna start getting to the deeper parts of everything to aid you even better in this as you move through it. This is what it's prepared you for next, because now it's like I hope this is all making sense, guys, because you're still in this journey of healing. Like, this 1 year wasn't all of it. It was the commencement of it. And then we have Wreath, sorrow over a loss. And this is over Raga and Devesha. So it seems to me like, again, like I'm saying, this is grief and the moving forward of something from ego, like ego having the most control, letting the dissociation take over. It's still the same story. And then with Flag, it's on Neptune, Dreams and Spirit. This is paired with Dark Woman. So it says, do not be tempted to lower your standards. Dark Woman, dealings or relationship with a woman with dark complexion or hair. Okay, so this resonates simply as is, then take that at face value. But it also feels to me like when I hear dark woman, I hear dark feminine, and I hear like dark shadow, like the shadow wound of wounded feminine energy. So self-comparison, talking poorly about others. When you talk poorly about others or you judge others easily, it's because you naturally have a lot of insecurities that you're very hard on for yourself about. So it makes you feel better to judge others. And this is all like deep subconscious stuff. If that's something that resonates, it seems to me like you're being reminded again, like this is all just like, make sure you don't let yourself go back. Make sure you do not see the constant reminders here. So, okay, next up on blessed day and action, we have funnel. Period of frustration, lessons to be learned. Well, yeah, because you're healing. It's on the frog clan and you're prepared for it though. Like you're ready. And then on blue moon, we have clouds, temporary problems, and goldfish, increase in material wealth or spiritual growth. That's what I'm saying. And it says temporary problems. Like all this stuff is necessary for your growth. All this stuff is going to be necessary for everything. And you are protected, okay? Please remember you are so, so protected, okay? Like do not be scared. Just remember, oh, we have scales. Keep your life in balance. Just remember, keep your life in balance. And your sex, there you go. I knew there was a reason I had to read it this way. Because at the end of it, you're going to successfully overcome the problem, pile number 3. You will, but you need to stay on this path. I cannot stop stressing this and emphasizing this enough. And the only reason why I think I am is because of like the emotional memory for me of how hard it is to stick with it. But it's so worth it, pile number 3. It is so, so, so worth it. Wow. This was crazy. Crazy awesome. But now we're going to do the final question, which is the guidance on how to carry the wisdom that you've gained from this year moving forward, okay, for good. So we're going to do this by using my crystal deck, my Sacred Creator deck, and before we use that, we're going to use the tarot. Actually, let's use these first, see what it says, and then we'll add more with the tarot after as like a cherry on top before we give you final messages from angels, okay? So what is pile number 3's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? What is pile number 3's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? Okay, we have 3 cards coming out for you here. And then let's see if a crystal wants to come out. What is pile number 3's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? What is pile number 3's guidance on how to carry the wisdom that they've gained forward? Okay. It just popped out. Beautiful, and it's at the end here. All right. Okay, let's do this way. First Sacred Creator card. Oh, and I didn't mention this. We're going to use the booklets here. Okay. If I feel the call to understand a card better for you guys. Stop, drop, and ground. Choose who you are becoming. And Creator, air. Wow. This is so like specific. I don't think we need the tarot here, guys. So what I'm going to do, I am going to read the meaning of this card. I think these two are telling you exactly what you're meant to do in order, because the dissociating that happens, you're meant to have some self-regulation tools and be able to find a home inside yourself that you can return to again and again in the midst of the healing and the moments that get the most chaotic. You're still having trouble with that, and the only way to feel like you can have some sense of consistency is if you work on that. So this is where I'm going to tell you, please check out the Root Chakra Healing playlist. It will really, really, really help you with this, because I do share exactly how to help yourselves root into your body and understand how to find a home inside yourself, okay? That's really going to be the biggest indicator and thing that you need to be able to get here, okay, the victory part. Because that in turn is going to aid you in having enough grounded energy to start choose who you are becoming and continue to willingly and intentionally and awareingly continue consciously decide to keep healing, keep growing, keep bettering yourself, stay consistent on the process and on the path. So we're going to read the exercises for these two cards, but we're going to mainly read the entire meaning of this card together, okay? So let me get in order. And I want you guys to pause when I zoom in on it and write it down in your journals, okay? But I'm also gonna read it out loud in case like anyone doesn't speak English and they need to read it in the subtitles too. But these are things that I feel like Source is asking me to tell you, please do the work. Like do this, it's gonna really help you reflect even further. So let's get to 31. And we're just gonna read the exercise or maybe a little bit at this page. Okay. Know that you are deserving of the sacred pause. Stop, drop, and ground isn't about sticking your head in the sand and pretending that everything is wonderful when it's not. It's not about chanting positive mantras when you honestly feel like muck inside. It's about finding the real happy wherever you are. It's about actively pursuing grounded presence today while remembering that it doesn't have to be perfect to be perfectly blissful. Here are the exercise questions. So pause, take a photo, and I'm going to read it. When was the last time you laughed till you cried? Maybe it's time to schedule a lunch date with a good friend. When you stop, drop, and ground, what do you notice? Have you been so caught up in the details of what you're doing that you've forgotten your joy? Okay. And then, so you take the prompts that resonate and leave what doesn't. See, this is why I had a feeling I'm not meant to read these because they're just telling you what to do and then we want to read creator air. But let's get the other prompt for choose who you are becoming, just so I can walk away knowing that I gave you guys all the tools I possibly could have. Okay, choose who you are becoming. Now here are the questions. What lessons did you need to experience in order to stand exactly where you are standing? Has what you are working towards shifted and expanded along the way? Is there anything about what you've been building that feels too small for your big, sacred future? Have you been making choices based on what's possible today instead of what's possible tomorrow? Okay, so pause, take a screenshot, take notes, do what you gotta do. All right. And lastly, we are going to get this card out. So creator, air, element of air. There we go. Are we ready, guys? Let's buckle in for this. Okay. Air is connected to logic, critical thinking, and the energy of the mind. It is the ruler of luck, the conscious mind, and all the things you know to be true. Its realm is the realm of beliefs and analysis and communication. What would air suggest you need to know about your current situation? And how can you connect that to the cards in front of you? How would your communication play a role in the solution? How is the energy of the mind, rational thought, supporting you right now? Element of air deep dive. Imagine being an eagle. Feel the wind on your face. Notice the power and the grace of the invisible force that holds you in place. Get above your lifeline and then look into the future. You can see everything from up there. Where does the path lead? Maybe you prefer to be a hummingbird or a dragonfly. Anything airborne will work, and that's why all the birds, I think, kept coming out. Now here's more practices. Try drinking the wind. Go outside and notice your body being held in place by the wind and air all around it. Wait to feel it on your lips and allow it to nourish your soul as it enters your lungs and then your blood and then your world. Ask it for a healing or for a message. Feel how light and subtle air is. It's so light, in fact, that it governs all things logical and intelligent. Tiny thoughts and pulses of energy are one of its power zones. It's also connected to the fae and the sylphs and the angels. What intelligence would they whisper to you if you could hear them through the rustling of leaves? or through the whooshing of wind. I love this. This is going to help you so reconnect, because I used to do this when I was a kid. You might think I'm crazy, but I was very lonely. I was very, very bullied growing up and outcasted often. So when I would have playtime and you would be in the playground, I loved being in the trees and listening to the trees and the wind, and I really genuinely believe that the trees would talk to me. I had a deep connection to them. The wind, I believe that was Mother Earth talking to me. I would make jokes about how she's on her period or she's moody growing up. And I just felt like so connected to Earth growing up. I remember with the ocean, I would play with the waves, but I felt like I could communicate. There's, you know, the more you start seeing life this way, the more you realize how not alone you've always been. So, you know, for me, I knew this, but I think the thing that I lacked, which is why I started my business, was the feeling of human connection in the healing. So I think here there was a lack of the magic in your life, and this is why Source is asking you, like, your first guidance to carry this wisdom forward is to make sure that you remember what's around you as you go through it, the things, the resources in front of you. It really is, because you forget it sometimes. So that was absolutely gorgeous. And then let's see what your crystal is, guys. Amber. I am so tripped out. I am so tripped out. You might think I'm making this up. You might think I'm making this up. I swear to you, I am not. I swear. Guys, when I was setting up the table and I reset the energy because I just finished pile number 2s, I went to that area right here. I wasn't sure if you guys can see my finger. That area of my room. That area of my room has a bunch of different crystals there. And it's in like this little box that I labeled and stuff because I love collecting my crystals. And I have amber. I saw amber earlier and I felt so called to bring it here. And I was like, maybe they need some fire. Maybe they need some spark. But I guess I like doubted, I hesitated, and I didn't bring it. This is my labradorite crystal that I brought for myself to strengthen the intuition and stuff, the connection to source while I do this reading for you guys, because I was a little bit, I'm gonna be honest, I've been trying to make sure that I can get all these readings done before a certain time today because I'm in the middle of renovating and a lot of different things in the home. So I felt like I needed some extra like support energetically to be able to show up. But the fact that you got the amber card and I felt drawn to use, like, I'm just so like, wow, this is insane. And I'm just amazed. This is beautiful. I should listen to myself more. I guess I was just really tired, but I keep showing up. And I think that's a good example of like everything that we've gone through. So Amber. But knowing when to stop, okay? I just want to make that clear. Like, I know when to stop, and I know that after this, I'm done. You know what I mean? Okay, for Amber, the keywords are transparency, calm, purification, and creativity. An issue that is causing tension and friction in your life will soon erupt and come to a head. You are being urged to stay calm during this emotionally charged event. Express how you feel, but don't be drawn into saying things you don't mean. This event is, in fact, a blessing, one that is perhaps well overdue. Through it, you will realize where you stand and how others truly feel. As the air clears, you will uncover a hidden agenda and find creative ways of handling this type of situation in the future. Stay calm and don't allow yourself to be dragged further into chaos by others. You will emerge from the situation feeling purified of all the negative emotions and thoughts that have weighed you down recently. Trust and remember, this event is a blessing. This event is a blessing, love. This event is a blessing. This event is a blessing. Let's finish it up with some final messages from some angels, okay? Final messages for pile number 3. Okay, we have 4, so let's see what they say. Let's start with this one. Wedding. Marriage is the union of two souls joined in love, mutual respect, and commitment. It signifies a desire to deepen love over time. Your wedding day is a testament to your well-founded faith in love's power. Do you hear my dog? He's part Chihuahua, part Yorkie. And the renovation dudes are here, so I got to finish. All right. Continually breathe life into that faith and love, dearest one. Okay. I feel like this is about the union of you coming together with yourself. This is like your wedding in a way, like you committing to yourself, showing up for yourself. You're doing it now. Next up, change in direction. The changes you're experiencing are divinely directed by your newborn willingness to open your heart to love and our guidance. You are protected now and in the future, so follow your path to the happy outcomes you desire. Yes. Creative project. Your soul longs to express itself in creative ways. We're guiding you to infuse artistry and creativity into your life. Creative expression makes you feel alive and excited and reignites passion towards your life. Okay. Now this is giving me the hint at somatic movement and healing. So maybe putting on some music. I actually also have that on my Linktree, which is another link in the description box below. That is, you scroll all the way down and you're gonna get a bunch of Spotify playlists that I have open to the public, and you guys can use that for your own healing. I think I might even make public my own personal healing playlist that I used when I was going through the dark parts, and just dance. Find a safe space to do this and just move your body, let yourself express, let your body do and release all the things that it's been holding inside of it for all this time, because somatic movement is one of the most healing things you can do, especially when you don't, if you don't know like where to start in the healing, you know what I mean? And I think that's what's coming through, like your body wants to express. And then lastly, reward yourself. You've been giving a lot of yourself lately, and it's time for you to receive. Make the time to reward yourself in a meaningful way. This balance of giving and receiving is essential to keeping your energy, mood, and motivation at a consistently high level. Okay. I believe that this is about, giving yourself a bath, like doing things that you enjoy. What are things that you enjoy doing that could be self-care related? Do you like cooking? Like, do you like doing things like, there's certain things, like for me, maybe I really like knitting. I want to make a dream catcher because these are things I enjoy doing. I want to finish a puzzle. I want to bake something. I like eating high protein things. So I want to make a high protein cake. Like, how can I do that? Get your handy dandy free ChatGPT and it can make a recipe for you, Make yourself a salad, ask your body, like, what am I craving? And get to the root of it. Not just like fast food, but like, why is it fast food? What is it actually craving? You know what I mean? Like, listening to yourself. And I feel like that is like how you'll be able to reward. That was just an example, by the way. It doesn't need to be food related, but learning how to reward yourself is going to help you be able to keep recharging yourself as you move through this journey as well. So with that being said, pile number 3, this was everything that I saw for you today. Again, if you're still here listening, like from the bottom of my heart, like I feel so grateful that you sat here, that you showed up for yourself today, that you were able to hear all the hard things that did come through and all the light things as well. I'm so honored that Source chose me to do this reading for you today, to give you the things that you needed at this time. And hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Feel free to give this reading a thumbs up or a thumbs down if it didn't resonate. I'm fine with that too. And in all reality, in all honesty, every little form of engagement that you do really does help support me, my channel, my mission, where I'm trying to help heal this world, because it has healed people that help heal this world. And I'm trying to make that a ripple effect that stands the test of time. So, if you want to join in the community as well, feel free to hit the subscribe button. And, don't forget that waiting list thing you can sign up for that is absolutely free right now. I'm just trying to get enough people interested to sign up so I can get the virtual stuff started. I don't plan on making it any more than $8 to $12 range when it comes to the events and offerings that I'll be doing, at least to start, okay? So with that, I really hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully I'll see you in my next readings to come.